level at all stages of the food production chain. The main focus of the conference will be on strategy and collaboration among various actors to prevent and reduce food loss and waste. The program is really engaging, but before we start, let me please share with you some housekeeping rules. The conference languages are English, Russian, and Turkish. Simultaneous interpretation is provided. Please select the language you wish to listen to in the interpretation menu at the bottom of the page. Please note that you are making an intervention in another language than the one you're listening to. You need to turn the interpretation off by selecting the off option in the interpretation menu. Make sure you're on mute, clicking on the unmute button only when speaking. Please keep to your allotted speaking time, as our timetable is quite tight. Please use the chat to contribute during the presentations and put your questions in the Q&A box. When leaving a question in the Q&A box, please make sure to give your name and indicate who the question is addressed to. The conference will be recorded. At this stage, I would like to give the floor to Viorel Gutu, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for Central Asia, for the opening remarks. Mr. Gutu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Good morning, günaydın, коллеги, добрый день. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I am very honored to address all of you today, and let me congratulate you all on this International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste. I am also delighted to co-chair this event with our honorable partners, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey, and the Regional Coordination Center for Food Security of the Economic Cooperation Organization. We call it shortly ECORCC. I would like to commend their continuous efforts and commitment to fight food loss and waste in Turkey and in the region. As we all know already, food loss and waste is an ethical problem which shall not be tolerated. In a world with enough food to feed everyone, 690 million continue to go hungry and 3 billion cannot afford a healthy diet. Too alarming. Food loss and waste brings with it the waste of natural resources, water, soil, and energy, not to mention human labor and time. It contributes to climate change and undermines the sustainability of our food systems. In this respect, actions are required globally and locally to maximize the use of food we produce. The introduction of technologies, innovative solutions, new ways of working, and good practices to manage food quality and reduce food loss and waste are key to implementing this transformative change. However, with 9 years left to reach SDGs, specifically SDG target 12.3, there is an urgent need to accelerate action to reduce food loss and waste. Coming together on this day provides a timely opportunity to reflect and take stock of existing challenges pertaining to food loss and waste in Central Asia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey, and to call for action to put a stop to this practice. By sharing knowledge and best practices and showcasing success stories, the conference today aims to inspire multidisciplinary, solution-driven collaboration among public, private, and civil society actors at national and intra-regional level. Indeed, realizing and enhancing the positive impacts of reducing food loss and waste requires good governance and all players working together in a coherent way. Policymakers shall create an enabling environment, including policy and regulatory mechanisms that incentivize other players to act by reducing food loss and waste. The involvement of private sector is key to ensure the development of infrastructure and technologies, application of innovative post-harvest practices, and use of novel marketing channels. Partnerships enable action across the entire supply chain rather than just targeting one area, thereby generating greater impact. The project which I want to mention now is the reduction of food loss and waste in Central Asia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey, that FAO is proud to implement jointly with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey, and in close collaboration with national stakeholders in all of the countries. And this is an example of unified approach to reducing food loss and waste. This project supports countries in the sub-region in developing and implementing national strategies and action plans to reduce food loss and waste by incorporating policy and technical aspects and targeting all subsectors of the food system from farmers to consumers. In Turkey, specifically, FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry have developed a national strategy on prevention, reduction, and monitoring of food loss and waste, and an action plan, and also launched a national movement called Save Your Food, uniting public authorities, social impact groups, major national players in the food production, retail, and hospitality sectors, media, and public figures in the fight against food loss and waste. This is an excellent example of action which has to be acknowledged and followed. Currently, the process of designing national strategies is also ongoing in Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And again, the example of Turkey will be instrumental in this. But many more of such actions will be shared during the conference today. And in conclusion, I would like to urge all present here to step up the efforts and act decisively to reduce food loss and waste. It all depends on us. So let us work together to reduce food loss and waste for the benefit of our planet, people, and our future generations. Let me wish you all an inspiring and fruitful event, and thank you very much for your attention. Good luck with the event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutu, for your inspiring words. It is indeed time to recognize that the issue of food loss and waste is a collective responsibility, and putting an end to it requires coordinated joint action. I would now like to welcome Eileen Chalayan Ozcan, General Director of the UN Foreign Relations for the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Ms. Ozcan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished colleagues and dear guests. I would like to thank to FAO for providing us this opportunity to celebrate the second International Day of Awareness, Food Loss and Waste. It's my honor to be part of this organization today and have the floor to present our actions and Save Your Food campaign in collaboration with FAO. We are here to focus on and take action for reducing food loss and waste as nations. We have been very adamant about these aspects. Thereby, during the Turkey's G20 presidency in 2015, we have incorporated the issue of food loss and waste in the world agenda. Following this, we have started an initiative to establish a technical platform on the measurement of reduction of food loss and waste with FAO and the International Food Policy Research Institute. Esteemed participants, as the vaccination process is moving fast, we had seen the light at the end of the tunnel for the pandemic, but we have taken a very important and unique lesson. The pandemic pointed out the importance of food security, agriculture, and sustainable use of natural resources. For this reason, we have to increase our efforts to achieve SDGs. This year, for the UN Food Systems Summit, I was appointed as a National Dialogue Convener for Turkey. The preparations for the summit was very dynamic at that time. We had conducted many dialogues, workshops, surveys, and with the help of the UN organizations, especially including FAO, we had finalized our national pathway for UNFSS. A week earlier, on 23rd of September, the summit had been conducted and our Honorable President had declared our pathway with his speech in front of the millions and all member states of UN. In his speech, our Honorable President had underlined the importance of reduction of food loss and waste for a sustainable food system and how we manage our Save Your Food campaign to achieve these targets. Distinguished participants, regarding food loss and waste, I would like to share the situation in Turkey that we are doing to encounter it. Turkey wastes more than 19 million tons of food every year. This is almost 1/5 of what we produce. We look at the food loss level in Turkey, it's almost 40%. In the light of the studies, Turkey's national strategy document and its action plan was prepared, as VRL mentioned, in order to reduce food loss and waste and disseminate our vision from national to global level, together with our long-lasting partner with FAO. This document is the perfect example of the collaborative and pluralistic approach. Moreover, under the scope of the FAO-Turkey Partnership Programme, which is fully funded by the Turkish government, we initiated a regional project on reducing food loss and waste in Turkey and Central Asia since the end of 2019, with a budget of $1.5 million. The project also covers a national campaign called Save Your Food, which we are implementing since 20th of May 2020. It has been almost 1.5 years. This campaign could also be implemented by the beneficiary countries of the project. We aim countering food loss and waste and raising public awareness both nationally and internationally, and disseminate the good practices at regional levels. Esteemed participants, the name of our campaign is Save Your Food, Your Actions Matter. Our main message is, buy as you need, do not throw your future away. We published our action plan and got the support of all actors in the food chain. We touched half of our population with media channels. By the way, we broke a Guinness World Record on most pledges received for an environmental sustainability campaign. Almost 800,000 people pledged to reduce food loss and waste. Moreover, we made animation movies for children to be more careful on food waste. We published guidelines for different food chain actors as logistics, HoReCa, and retail. Last but not least, we had organized many workshops and events on the food banking, cooking, etc. We continue our efforts without stopping. Our website gidanukoru.com is the place where you can find the detailed information in English, and it is constantly updated and includes every type of the information from tips from consumers to the best practices and resources. Dear participants, during this 1 year, we had done a pre-test and post-test to measure where we were and where we came to. Let me share the results with you. Consumers, according to the results of this test, consumers starts to waste less, and household saved around, when we think about the whole year, $100 million during this year. Moreover, we got 20% rise on awareness of date labeling. So consumers became more cautious about the meaning of the dates on the products. Regarding to overcooking and overportioning, we achieved a 40% decrease, and there is a 22% rise on recycling. Most attractive result is that 93% of consumers find the campaign useful, and 84% are more cautious about the food waste now. Dear participants, at the end of the day, all of our efforts are to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I believe that international collaboration and commitment to sustainability of our national resources will create a very strong support for the SDGs and for our future. As Turkey, we are willing to share our experience and learn from the other countries to reduce it. My colleagues will present more detailed information on how we implement our strategy to reduce food loss and waste at national level and how we conducted the awareness-raising campaign. Before concluding, I would like to reiterate my sincere gratitude to FAO for their very valuable partnership and efforts to bring us together. Once again, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the UN and to all partners, since the world is given the chance to focus on this essential issue through this special day. Have a good day, have a successful workshop, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ojan. Turkey's commitment to tackle food loss and waste is truly commendable. We at FAO are delighted to have such a dedicated partner by our side, and together we will increase our efforts to achieve SDGs. It is now my honor to introduce Ahmet Volkan Güngören, coordinator of the Regional Coordination Center for Food Security at the Economic Cooperation Organization. Mr. Güngören, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Esteemed FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for Central Asia, distinguished Director General for EU and Foreign Relations of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey, honorable representatives of ECO member countries and ECO institutions, dear colleagues. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the online conference on food loss and waste reduction in Central Asia, Azerbaijan and Turkey, jointly organized by ECO-RCCFS, FAO, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. By this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the colleagues from FAO and also from the Ministry for their efforts in organizing this important event. Distinguished participants, today we will address the current status of food loss and waste with a specific emphasis on SEC and ECO region and deliberate over the approach of food loss and waste reduction in detail. A wide range of stakeholders come together to discuss this issue in various aspects. This conference also provides us a special opportunity to celebrate the International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste Reduction. Esteemed participants, today, achieving the zero hunger goal by 2030 is becoming more challenging in the face of the changing climate, a growing global population, rising food prices, environmental stressors, and various other factors. The current reports emphasize that COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the food security and nutrition status and continues to expose weakness in our food systems, threatening the lives and livelihoods of people around the world, especially the most vulnerable. The pandemic develops a new dimension to the current situation of the food security and nutrition in the world. And with no doubt, the situation will deteriorate if we do not take prompt action. Food loss and waste at any stage of supply chains is crucial to contribute to the reduction of food insecurity. It is estimated that between the post-harvest and retail stages of the supply chain, up to 14% of food produced globally is lost and 17% of the total global food production is wasted at the retail, food service, and consumer states. This is equal to approximately $400 billion annually. With this amount, more than 1 billion people per year could have been fed. In the ECO region, the situation is also concerning due to the high level of food loss and waste along food supply chain. However, country level data is limited in most countries of ECO, and the scale of food loss and waste and its impacts on food security have not been well understood. For instance, in some member states, data is available for 4 out of 5 food commodity groups, while other countries of ECO have data for only one or two commodity groups, mostly cereals and potatoes. Therefore, it is important to have robust and updated data on food loss and waste to prioritize the efforts to address the issue. The reduction of food loss and waste is a key topic for policy design and interventions, and a global response is required to solve this problem. So all the players on board, including the public and private sectors together with academia, international organizations, financial institutions, producers, consumers, and civil society, should work collaboratively in a coordinated manner. National strategies and action plans should include more efficient regulations and measures which target the reduction of food loss and waste. Dear colleagues, as you all know, Economic Cooperation Organization Regional Coordination Center for Food Security has been established to support efforts to ensure food security in the ECO region and aims to be a hub for regional collaboration. I would like to emphasize that since its foundation, ECO-RCCFS has mobilized all its efforts on food loss and waste issue in ECO region, which is an inseparable aspect of food security. The capacity of ECO-RCCFS is growing day by day, and I believe that the center will play a more crucial role in facilitating regional endeavors to improve food security and develop sustainable food systems with the valuable and much needed contributions of the member states. Regarding the center's latest work, I would like to inform you that we have updated the regional program for food security to identify concrete actions and to foster regional collaboration in order to ensure safe, nutritious, and affordable food for all. We will also publish the updated version of the overview of food security in the ECO region soon. With the aim of improving cooperation among stakeholders and information exchange on food security, we will continue our activities with trainings, seminars, and workshops. As you well know, a valuable opportunity to achieve SDGs, the UN Food System Summit took place last week. In this context, as an independent dialogue for the summit, ECO-RCCFS organized a webinar on sustainable food systems and its concepts in ECO region. Accordingly, with the support of UNFSS, Secretariat and UN Turkey offices, we will jointly organize a regional dialogue workshop with Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization on 18th of October 2021. Through this workshop, we aim to increase regional stakeholder engagement from Black Sea Economic Cooperation and ECO in the process of transforming and improvement of food systems. Dear participants, today we aim to create a multi-stakeholder engagement with an integrated approach by considering the aspects of technology, economics, sociology, ecology, food security, and nutrition. I am confident that this conference will provide an enhanced perspective, and I believe we will all learn valuable information which will help us contribute more in reducing food loss and waste in our region. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gungaran. The issue of food loss and waste is indeed central to food security, and your efforts in this regard are commendable. We look forward to the workshop that you are going to organize in October. So now we move to our first session, which will explore key elements of a successful food loss and waste reduction strategy. Miriam Annette, international consultant for FAO on food loss and waste reduction, will provide an overview on the food loss and waste situation in the region and the approach that FAO is taking to address the problem. Miriam is going to cover the main areas of focus for governments and food business operators. Miriam, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Let me please share my screen. There we go. Now, just a second. There is, okay. Okay, can you see my screen? Well, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today to present the work of FAO on food loss and waste reduction in the region. As you know, food loss and waste is a significant global challenge for countries, businesses, policymakers, and civil society. An FAO study estimated that about a third of all food produced globally for human consumption is lost or wasted, which equates to about 1.3 billion tons of food. Food is thrown at each segment of the food supply chain before or when it gets damaged for multiple reasons. Inadequate infrastructure, lack of transportation and logistics systems, lack of knowledge, poor food safety, hygiene and handling practices, overproduction, negligence, consumer demand and preferences, etc. Food loss is, what is food loss and what is food waste? Food loss is the reduction of quantity and quality of food, mainly caused by the malfunctioning of the food production and supply systems and weaknesses in the institutional and legal framework. Food loss is the crop, livestock, fish, edible commodities that exit the post-harvest slaughter catch supply chains up to and excluding the retail level. You can see in the graph on the slide. Food waste in green refers to the removal from the food supply chain of food which is fit for human consumption by choice, or which has spoiled or expired, mainly caused by economic or social behavior, poor stock management, or neglect. Food waste occurs at retail, from the retail to the final consumption stages. In this presentation, the abbreviation of food loss and waste is used to cover food losses and food waste at all stages. And as was said before, food loss and waste occurs at any stage of the food supply chain. As you probably already know, SDG target 12.3 calls for halving food waste at retail and consumer levels by 2030 and reducing food loss along production and supply chains. Progress towards SDG 12.3 is measured by indicator 12.3.1, which has been split into two sub-indicators, the food loss index and the food waste index. These two sub-indicators are under the custodianship of two UN agencies, the FAO and UNEP, the United Nations Environment Programme. FAO is leading the work on the food loss index and UNEP on the food waste index, given their respective expertise and mandates in these areas. The work of these agencies aims to provide the global community with solid estimates of both food losses and food waste, which I present here on this slide. FAO's food loss index has led to the first global estimate released in 2019 that about 14% of food is lost from the farm up to, but excluding the retail stage, and UNEP estimated that about 17% of food production is wasted. This graph is presented in the SOFA report 2019, the State of Food and Agriculture report from FAO. The percentage of food loss refers to the physical quantity lost for different commodities divided by the amount produced. And we can see, for example, that at the regional level, estimates range from 5–6% in Australia, New Zealand, to 20–21% in Central and Southern Asia. At each stage of the food supply chain, targeted measures, you can see here on this graph, targeted measures to reduce food loss and waste can be implemented by its actors, working in close collaboration with each other. Solving food loss and waste requires a systems approach that addresses the causes of food loss and waste from farm to fork to landfill. And the country's food systems are complex, and reducing food loss and waste requires strong collaboration between value chain actors to better identify, measure, understand, and find solutions to the problem. Under the umbrella of the Global Safe Food Initiative on Food Loss and Waste Reduction, FAO is implementing a comprehensive program on food loss and waste reduction in Europe and Central Asia. To this end, FAO supports countries in non-EU Eastern Europe, the Western Balkans, the Caucasus, Turkey, and Central Asia in the areas of action presented on this slide. So you can see 6 points, priorities of work. The national strategies on food loss and waste prevention and reduction favor that we support countries to implement, favor a circular value chain approach. And under this approach, the priority is to prevent food loss and waste first, then to rescue and recover food before it gets wasted, and finally to recycle it for non-food uses in order to minimize any waste of resources invested in food production. This graph is called the food waste management hierarchy, or the food use not loss hierarchy as well in some publications. We would also like to refer to the recently adopted FAO Voluntary Code of Conduct for Food Loss and Waste Reduction, which provides a solid basis for our recommendations. The Code of Conduct presents the actions and measures that relevant stakeholders should take or put in place in order to contribute to food loss and waste reduction. And the COC also presents the role that FAO and other stakeholders will be expected to play in supporting its implementation. The project under which this conference is organized aims to assist recipient countries, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Central Asian countries in developing national strategies and action plans on food loss and waste reduction that are aligned with national policies and context and which are based on the food loss management hierarchy, as well as to implement the key strategic actions of these strategies, both at the policy and technical levels. You can see on this slide the different outputs, different areas of action that this project is developing and implementing. The key elements of a successful strategy for food loss and waste reduction address the complex problem of food loss and waste, its causes and impacts. And they are indicated here on the right side. These are the key elements of national strategies for food loss and waste reduction. They are complementary, and one element is no more important than another. I go a bit fast because I only have 10 minutes, but you can, of course, ask me questions in the Q&A box later. We work with actors at national and local levels, and to address policy and technical issues, countries must act in the areas listed here on the left side, and we are implementing activities to develop their capacities in these areas, you can see. We also work and develop partnerships with a wide variety of local actors. This is the box on the left side, on the right side, sorry. And this is where we stand today in the countries of Central Asia. Fieldwork is carried out in selected value chains to collect data and information on food loss and waste, on drivers, causes, and impacts. National legislation and policies relating to the prevention and management of food loss and waste are also analyzed. And this work will be presented in detail by the national consultants after my presentation, and the work in Turkey will of course be presented as well in more detail after my presentation. Also, I would like to inform you that training will be provided in October and November on the FAO Food Loss Index methodology for Turkey and the Central Asian countries. Finally, this last slide recalls the importance of national legislation and food loss and waste reduction. When analyzing national legislation and policies relevant to food loss and waste, we want to know if food loss and or waste is identified as a key waste stream to target. To what extent do legal texts and policies define, frame the requirements for food loss and waste management action? What is allowed, what is prohibited in the legal framework? We also want to know how the following key elements are defined, waste, surplus food, biodegradable waste, byproducts, food losses, food waste. And the analysis will then tell us if there is a legal basis for the disposal of food and the secondary use of food waste, whether there are gaps, if the current framework favors or on the contrary prevents innovative action on food loss and waste management. And at the end of the analysis, we will make specific recommendation on the adoption or revision of national legislation, reviewing existing strategy policy documents or developing new policies, etc. This work is currently ongoing in the countries of the project. It has been finalized in Uzbekistan, has been finalized almost in Azerbaijan. The national consultant will be pleased to present this work to you just after my presentation. Finally, on this last slide, and you will have access to all these documents because the presentations will be shared. You can see here the links to a few resources that are that FAO has produced. On the right side, the images are educational packages for students and teachers at schools. Don't hesitate to, thank you very much. Don't hesitate to ask me any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam, for this very interesting presentation. And as you point out, a holistic systems approach and a strong collaboration between actors are key to finding practical solutions to food loss and waste. Now we will give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Zeynep Özkan, who is the head of European Union Harmonization Department and the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Turkey. And she's coordinating the national food, Save Your Food Gidani Kuru campaign on the part of the ministry. She will present the strategy and action plan for food loss and waste prevention and reduction in Turkey, which is currently being jointly implemented with the FAO. Ms. Özkan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants. Now I will share my screen and start my presentation on how we implement this very important campaign. Esteemed participants, before beginning my presentation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to be a part of this important conference. I'm sure that as a result of this conference, we will learn a lot from each other to cope with food loss and waste problem, not only in our countries, but also in our region. Today, with my presentation, I will give information of Turkish National Food Loss and Waste Strategy and how we are implementing it. Save Your Food campaign sets a great example of partnership and collaboration among public, international organizations, and civil society. We are jointly running the campaign together with FAO and launched it on 28th of May, 2020. Save Your Food's main objective is to reduce food loss and waste in Turkey and become a global role model. Today in my presentation, I will mention briefly the preparation phase of the National Strategy and Action Plan, how we implement it, what are the results so far, and what is ahead. So, what do official numbers say on food loss and waste in Turkey? According to National Inventory Report, in 2019, we wasted 19.1 million tons of food, which equals to more than 20% of food which Turkey produces. This amount takes 635,000 of garbage trucks to dispose, which brought us to find efficient and sustainable solutions to reduce it. So, what we had done to cope with this problem. First, we established a working group from different departments of our ministry. Our deputy DG was the main coordinator. In the morning session, he delivered a speech, Mr. Volkan Güngören. He was the main coordinator of this working group, so decision-making process was very smooth. So once you have a leader whom can take decisions, then the working group can work really efficiently. We believe that while working on a strategic document and its action plan, it was important to design it as a campaign, because raising awareness was the most important part to reduce food loss and waste in Turkey. We believe that in order to cope with food loss and waste problem, as I mentioned, raising awareness had a tremendous importance. To raise awareness, social media is a really great tool. So we obtain campaign social media accounts, which are free, as you know, and reserve them for the launch of the campaign. Afterwards, we prepared field survey questions to be sent to our provincial directorates. Turkey has 81 cities, and each city has their own provincial directorate for our ministry. They are our colleagues who work on field, going to inspections, talking to farmers, food processors, service sector, etc. So they implemented the survey, and we organized a workshop in Ankara, inviting all of our colleagues and gathered the results of the food loss and waste survey. This created a very important pathway to cope with Turkey's food loss and waste problem. The feedback we received from our field colleagues was very important. But in order to follow a holistic approach, one should listen to other actors, academia, private sector, and NGOs. That is when we decided to organize a half-day workshop with important representatives of these actors. One panel was with the perspective of private sector and the other was NGO. So we took notes to shape our action plan. And while doing that, it was a part of a FAO-TCP project, Zero Waste, Zero Hunger, in 2018, which was implemented in 2018. So we did all this together, hand by hand, with the ministry and FAO. And as we gathered information from food chain actors, that was the time for us to design the campaign together with FAO. Our top priority was to establish a common sense and build partnership from civil society to academia and private sector. It took us more than 1 year. As a result, the layout of food loss and waste in Turkey was: food loss and waste is mostly seen in fresh fruits and vegetables, followed by catering and bread. And the highest rate of loss in fresh fruits and vegetables is seen in the stages before consumption. In catering, it is the highest in mass consumption places such as hospitals, cafeterias, hotels, and restaurants. And bread is wasted especially during the sales phase. The process in the food supply chain needs to be improved, and consumers' food literacy, especially about date marking, needs to be improved. Distinguished participants, taking into consideration of all the data I mentioned, together with FAO, we had prepared the national strategy and its action plan on food loss and waste for the very first time. Before that, we had analyzed other food loss and waste strategies of other countries, including United States, REFAD, UK, RAP, Canada, New Zealand, etc. We had designed the strategy according to the food use, not loss or waste hierarchy, which is the reverse pyramid, as you can see on the screen, and defined almost 100 of actions with responsible and partner institutions. You can download the English version of the strategy from gidanikori.com and FAO website. For the first phase, as we run a communication campaign, we focused on raising awareness. We created a very big movement with the involvement of every actor in the food chain, following a common sense and valuing partnership. We want our success to set an example to other countries. So this is our strategic plan and action, strategic guide and action plan, strategic document. So it has a background information in it, a concept for food loss and waste, goals and targets, which defines also the responsible institutions, which I stated as players, government, private sector, NGOs, academia, and household. And the name of our campaign is Save Your Food, Your Actions Matter. And our main message is: buy as you need, do not throw your future away. Target audience is every age group and everyone in the food chain, and we had reached millions, almost half of the population of Turkey, by digital and social media. We built partnerships with Union of Municipalities, food business operators, and our website is constantly updated and includes every type of information, from tips for consumers to best practices and resources. More raising awareness information will be given by Rushan Hanım in the later sessions, and the need for raising awareness in food loss and waste reduction section of the conference. Now let's go back to how we implemented our action plan with different actors. Here in this slide, you see a kind of a brochure, which is what's on the menu for municipalities. Together with FAO, we had built a partnership with Union of Municipalities. I especially wanted to mention the importance of municipalities, as they play a great role in circular economy, from production to waste management. 1/3 of our actions, almost 33 of actions in our action plan relies on partnership with municipalities, from gleaning, food banking to recycling. We organize meetings, workshop events, and contests together with Union of Municipalities. They have great influence on municipalities, and they become the driving force to cope with food loss and waste problem. The Union of Municipalities, as you might guess, of course, is the roof organization for the municipalities. Because they have food markets, all the municipalities have food markets, food banks, agricultural production, cooperatives, and so on. So having a strong partner, such as municipalities, plays a very important role for success. Also, they are the owner of billboards, video screens in public places for raising awareness. Their support to our campaigns, visual items, was crucial to reach public. And also other partnerships, government to government, ministry to ministry, especially on legislation, on cross-cutting issues such as food bank or trade. And we built partnerships. On the screen, you see our mascot, Jano. On the left side, our Minister, Bekir Pakdemirli, Minister for Agriculture and Forestry, and on the right side, Minister of National Education. So we had bring them together on the stage to make an informative and joyful video production for children. And moreover, here in this slide, I will mention how we collaborate with retailers in Turkey. The yellow poster which you see on the screen, which says 50% discount for ripened fresh fruits and vegetables. So Migros, maybe you have one in your country, is one of the biggest retailer in Turkey, like Carrefour or other retailers. They are selling the discounted ripened fresh fruits and vegetables with almost up to 50% price. And also on the right side, you see another discount, another store, local supermarket chain, which is Yunus Market, which sells, which uses the same kind of visual. And also another one is at one of the cafes in Ankara, which has our poster. And the other one is the guideline to reduce food waste in hotels, restaurants, and cafes. And I mentioned the collaboration ministry to ministry for food banking. We hold many workshops and we had many discussions to improve food banking in Turkey. And for children's education, I mentioned Ministry of National Education, and for raising awareness. So collaboration with every partner, including other ministries, is crucial if you want to be successful in food loss and waste reduction. Furthermore, universities, academicians, we are always in touch with every workshop and event, and we always invite them. We also make them attend as panelists or moderators, etc. And we try to benefit as much as we can from their knowledge. And now I would like to inform you on one of the most important expected outcome of the campaign, the national platform on food loss and waste, which we're going to build together with FAO. This will be a long-lasting web-based platform which brings the representatives of public, private sector, academia, and civil society organizations. Because running a campaign is really time-consuming. So whenever this campaign ends or slows down, the actions for reducing food loss and waste needs to continue. And by building this platform, by making discussions going, partnerships going, we believe this platform plays a really crucial role. Esteemed participants, now I came to the end of my presentation. I hope I haven't take so much of your time. Before ending my words, I would like to underline once more the importance and value of collaboration to succeed in preventing food loss and waste. I would like to thank FAO colleagues for their great support as always since 2018, but also it dates back to many, many years ago. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much. Over to you, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Zeynep, for this informative and inspiring presentation. I'm sure that the example of Turkey will be truly inspiring for other countries, in particular for Central Asia. As you know, FAO is working closely with national stakeholders in Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan to support the development of national strategies in these countries. That being said, please don't forget to share your questions with our speakers in the Q&A box. They will be eager to respond to all of your questions and share more information with you. So here today, we're joined by national teams who will speak about the related challenges and possible solutions as regards food loss and waste, based on the analysis of key food value chains in the existing policy and legislative frameworks. With us is Parviz Aliyev, National Consultant on Value Chain and Globally Important Agricultural Heritage Systems, and Rashid Mamadov, National Legal Consultant. They will provide an overview of the situation in Azerbaijan. Colleagues, please go ahead.
Okay, I welcome everyone. Let me just share my screen. Okay, the food loss and waste in Azerbaijan. Here I will cover the key issues and recommendations on food loss and waste reduction here in our country. Firstly, I want to give some information about the project implementing here. It's the name of the project, the reduction of food loss and waste in the said countries. The project aims at food loss and waste reduction in the context of national food systems and climate change. So the project will cover the comprehensive program that will contribute to the prevention and reduction of food loss and waste in the country. It also assists the country to develop a national strategy, action plan, and legislation for reducing FLW. And eventually it will enable the effective implementation regarding the food loss and waste, regarding the communication, awareness, raising activities in the country. Now the implementation status of the project. We firstly evaluated the availability of information of food loss and waste here, and also the existing initiatives for reducing food loss and waste at national and local levels. Then an inception mission and interviews were conducted among national stakeholders that were identified in the framework of the project. Then we conducted a survey and also the desk research and identified key value chains that we, for the surveys, for the analysis. And afterwards, 3 field missions were carried out in Bubar region, Khachmaz region, and also the Shamkir and Gedebe region. Gedebe is partially visited. And also the food loss and waste issues in the selected value chains were identified. The only value chain which is left is the bread value chain. It will be conducted in the upcoming days. And also I want to mention some relevant projects implementing in the country. This includes strengthening the competitiveness of agriculture project. It is planned to build a value chain based on the principle of from field to table, and aimed at ensuring uninterrupted producer, processor, seller, consumer relationship. Then the next is development of the sheep value chain in Azerbaijan, resource efficient and cleaner production, food bank, and also the management of natural resources and protection of ecosystem services for sustainable rural development in the South Caucasus. There are other projects also, relevant projects implemented in Azerbaijan. These are the main ones. Now I want to give some information about the food waste in Azerbaijan. According to the Food Waste Index Report 2021, there are 93 kilograms of food waste per capita in households in Azerbaijan. In most part of the country, waste is collected and transported without any grouping. The population of Azerbaijan usually buys food in large quantities, and unused food is thrown away. I just want to mention these are the main problems of food waste, not food loss. The food loss problems will come after. In Azerbaijan, food waste is mostly observed at weddings and funerals. It's very large part. When labeling food products in the country, according to the characteristics of the products, the terms recommended consumption date and the expiration date are not distinguished. This is one of the problems. leading to food waste. The next is food loss. The weak control over the use of fertilizers and pesticides. So we have a very weak control over this, both on the field and also the residues on the food products. Also, problems with the supply of irrigation water. This is a major problem now in Azerbaijan, also regarding agriculture. During the interviews, we found out that the majority of the farmers, producers are complaining about this problem. Climate variability and adverse weather conditions. Also, the irrigation water is the irrigation problem is the what happens after the climate problems. Insufficient storage capacity and weak practices. Then weak agro-processing power. This is the main strategy of the country. We are trying to build and processing capacity here in Azerbaijan. Also, mostly traditional agricultural practices. And Azerbaijan food system is the extended informal food system. So the majority of farmers are just self-learners. Insufficient knowledge and technical support to farmers. This is about the extension services. Although we have the extension services, but the network is limited and weak. Insufficient post-harvest handling facilities is also the problem. Low bargaining power for small producers. We need farmers to get together through corporations, but the process is weak here. Also, we created a department, the cooperation department at the Ministry of Agriculture, newly created in 2018, and we are trying the farmers to get together to work together. Inefficient planning of production. So we have different problems with this. So farmers, when the prices are high, they plan to, they start to grow crops, but the next year the prices go down. This is the common problem. Limited market opportunities for agro-food products, and also the dependence on the Russian market for agro-food exports, which means that we need to enhance the export market. Okay, here we see the regions that I have visited. This is the Guba, Khachmaz, Shamkir, and Gedebey. The only region is left is Baku itself, which will be conducted on bread value chain. And I also want to name the criteria of the selected value chains. These are important in terms of size of production, national food security, number of smallholders, economic potential, product with the potential to become high value added. I just want to restate that these criteria that are based when we selected value chains for analysis. So the overall it's bread, potato, onion, tomato, and apple. Okay, now I want to introduce you the main food loss and waste related issues on selected value chains. Firstly, for potato and onion, one of the main reasons for food loss in the country is the fall in price due to overproduction and the loss of economic interest in selling the product. This is the very widespread problem. And for apple and tomato, farmers who cannot find buyers for their crops during the season, sometimes due to closed borders with Russia and sometimes due to extremely low prices, often dump their produce into the riverbeds or elsewhere. This is the common scenery here in the season. And the next, bread. This is the result of the desk research. The price of bread is deliberately kept low by the state for food security reasons. For this reason, the population buys more bread and the unused part is turned into waste. Bread markets require producers to fill their shop stalls completely. Producers are also forced to send more bread to the market than actually required by consumers, and unsold bread is returned to the producer and turned into waste. And the third one, the bread producers are sometimes administratively forced to sell bread at low prices, which leads the producer lowers the quality of bread in order not to lose profits. Then poor quality bread quickly spoils and turns into waste. And for the last, the gender issues and youth involvement problems. The majority of tomato growers in the region are men. This includes landowners and the business organizers. In this process, men are mainly engaged in organizational work, such as supplying the necessary production resources, negotiations. and potential buyers of the product. However, women are closely involved in many agro-technical services related to tomato cultivation. This covers the tomato value chain. This is the same with potato and onion. Mainly, women conduct irrigation, weeding, harvesting activities. The biggest difference is in driving. Almost all agricultural vehicles in the region are driven by men. This includes tractors, sprayers, trucks, etc. The vast majority of intermediaries purchasing produce from the farmers are men. In return, the majority of tomatoes sold in regional markets are made by women. Overall, there is not a problem with between men and women. Everyone is free to carry out their activities regarding agriculture. But the percentages I like this. As farmers involve the whole family in tomato production, young people also contribute to this work. Child labor is not used in the cultivation of tomatoes. Young people share almost the same work with women. Boys are more involved in tomato growing than girls. In general, young people are not very interested in agricultural activities. The average age of farmers is between 50 and 55. And also, we identified recommendations on these issues. Small farmers can get preferential or soft loans for the installation of modern irrigation system. We placed this in the first place because this is a major problem for agriculture. For farmers to store their products in cold storages during the season, active awareness raising campaigns should be conducted. And on the other hand, the capacity of the existing cold storage network should be brought to a level that can meet local production. Farmers should be regularly educated on the cultivation of fruits and vegetables, as well as the use of modern methods for this purpose. And the network of extension services should be expanded. A sound legal framework should be created for the formation of cooperatives and farmers, as I stated earlier, and associations in the field of production and sale of agricultural products, and farmers should be encouraged to unite in such cooperatives and associations. Also, we have approximately 15 associations, but mainly engage in the organizational work, not in the production or sale of products. More effective market and price regulation systems should be established. Farmers should be supported to reach global quality standards for good agricultural practices. This is very important in terms of exporting agricultural product to the European Union markets. Farmers' production planning and business modeling skills should be developed. They have to be business owners, entrepreneurs, not just growers. Investment in well-equipped laboratories for specific analysis should be promoted and supported. This is put there because in some part, farmers are unable to export to the European Union because they don't know how many pesticide residues in their crops are. So they need to have some knowledge and also the precise information about this. So we need these well-equipped laboratories here. For smallholders to access loans and other financial services enabling environment should be created. This is also the problem. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Parviz.
Thank you.
Shall we go on to our next speaker? Rashid is not joining us today?
Yes, here.
Okay, Rashid, are you presenting as well?
Yes.
Okay, well,
thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria. And in my turn, I also thank everybody for their times to attending this conference, and also to all colleagues prior to me that they have already made presentations, and also which will do after me. I will now share my screen as well. Okay, I think, yeah. I think everybody sees it now. I will start with the general information, but however, my colleagues prior to me, most of them have already mentioned many things that I also wanted to note on my presentation. And thanks to Miriam and as well Parviz, they also covered certain issues. I will start with the project background, that shortly, that what are our aims within this process and what's the main objectives for the project regarding Azerbaijan. So under the project, the objective for country is to minimize the levels of the food loss and waste, and also to improve the options for recovery, redistribution, as well recycling the food loss and waste. And in order to do this, establishing also a favorable regulatory and policy framework. And by this way, we are based on we are relying on the certain analysis of the legislation and also institutional frameworks, and as well the results of other activities that we have within the project, and also some range of other measures. And if I would go through the main definitions that we tried to cover within this concept, I would specifically note that the law of Azerbaijan Republic on foodstuffs, it's called so, that defines foodstuffs as product raw materials, eating products, and some additives or ingredients, products that are included in the group of taste products. And this definition is, per our research, is compatible with the definition provided by the FAO. However, there are also some gaps and also some which we encounter within our analysis. I would not go deeper in the definitions of food loss and waste, but mainly talk about what we see in the legislation itself while analyzing it. So the legislation of Azerbaijan Republic does not specifically define food loss and waste. So, however, the legislation in this concept, it provides a definition for household waste, and the problems of food waste are determined under that notion too. However, the household waste, which also is called solid household waste, includes the items, substances and materials formed in the settlements as a result of the life activities of the population. And like food waste, the food loss also does not get itself a specific definition under Azerbaijan legislation. However, there is a benefit in looking also, like when we analyze to specific articles on production, of the law on production and household waste. This law defines the production waste as residues of raw materials, substances, and semi-finished products, which also brings a certain type of gaps together with itself. And if we go further, in this part, you may see how the food loss index at the national level in this chart, and it's more like define the levels and also stages, starting from pre-harvest, also the harvesting, and so on. I would not talk about this much because it was already discussed by the previous speakers, but I would continue also with the specific parts again. So as you see, I have mentioned that there is a law on production and household waste, and specifically certain articles are defining the issues that are directly engaged with our subject. And by seeing these laws and also this image, we can draw the food loss and waste management hierarchy in the country. And if we see further use and also things that we have in the country, like in this sphere, we may see that there are already there are also legal entities or some type of initiatives that they are trying to use food waste in a different way in order to reduce it and to take certain benefits of them. I would just mention specific examples now. There is the policy directives that indicate they are aiming to increase the capacity to restore resources through the sorting, processing, and also reusing of the waste. And additionally, several companies that have established the small electric power plants, like in Gobustan, as you may see, and also in Imişli, they are generating electricity from food waste, which is also another like reusing of this food waste in a better way. Also, there is a private actor in this field named, you can see from in the use part, it is called European LLC, that which is involved in the processing wasted cooking oils into products as biofuels and cosmetics, and also nutrition, that it's also involved in their disposal and about the reuse of them. I would go through some statistics that you may see also here, that there is a quote that I've noted specifically, that approximately 25% of food products are wasted on a monthly basis in the country, mainly resulted from irrational usage of their products. This is mentioned by the chairman of the Free Consumers Union. And you see that there are also some statistics that how many tons and products that were neutralized by various methods and means, and also how the household food waste estimated is here as 93 per kilogram per capita year, and also what was estimated for the another year. And this statistical information shows the amount of food lost that it is increasing, and there is no specific issues that are regulating and also for the reduction of the relevant food loss and waste. I would just pass quickly to institutional framework in here, that there are, as you may see, there are several bodies that are involved in this process. And each of them have their own authorities and also mandates and relevant and rights and duties in this frame. I would not again go too much in deep of them, because it will take much of the time of ours, but they are all of these, like as starting from Cabinet of Ministers, the Minister of Economy, Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources, Minister of Health, local executive bodies, Tariff Council, Baku City Executive Power, specifically in Baku region. They are in this chain as Food Safety Agency and so on. And there are also some private actors. Also, there are some entities that are established by the initiative of the state, which is very positive, and they are aiming to be a part of this process and to contribute to the reduction of food loss and waste. Here we can see as main parts from the specific laws that the law on production and household waste, it contains the principles for managing the waste in general. It's not specifically on food loss, but all kind of wastes, and also using general wording such as elimination and reproduction that needs to be clarified more. And there are also other laws about polluting, prohibition on the polluting the water, forest, lands, and etc. I would go further with the second part of this issue, that it's mentioned whether a polluter pays, or the education part. It's why it is important, because it is one of the
very positive things that we see in the legislation. It's within the duties of the Minister of Economy that the preparation of the relevant proposals and application of the mechanism on extended producer responsibility, which we call also shortly EPR, that this extended producer responsibility is a policy strategy in which producers take a considerable amount of either financial or physical responsibility for treatment or disposal of post-consumer products. So by assigning such type of responsibility, food loss and waste could be prevented at the source, and environmentally friendly design could be provided for public and also recycling the relevant materials. And additional to this, we may also look to the educational part that we mentioned in our recommendation part of our report. I would go to it later very in deep, but as a waste prevention measure, the legislation also specifies the polluter pays principle. And according to that, there is obligation over individuals and legal persons that they have to give certain amount of payment for the waste collection, waste utilization, and waste disposal. Regarding food labeling and date marking, there is also some gaps in this part too, which needs more improvement. So, like there is again, consistent with Article 11 of the Azerbaijan law on foodstuff, the packaging and labeling issues have been in line and also determined, and it specifies the terms of expiry and regarding the quality and consumption value. However, like the legislation itself does not comply with the CXS1 1945 general standard for the packaged foods. And in this regard, it's worth to mention that there is a need for proper legislation defining the difference between two terms. I mean, that preventing in order to prevent the food waste. And in our report, we put a question forward that whether these regulations result in the emergence of the food loss and waste more like. This, what we think also, this would also help for the reduction of the food waste in the country. And if we look to the economic instruments that we name fiscal and other incentives, or maybe disincentive, this polluter pays principle is one of these issues that would refrain people or entities for creating more waste. And also there is one shortage that the tax code as an economic instrument and as a part of the issues that create economic incentives for the people, it does not provide such type of incentive for the peoples or entities or organizations that could be another asset.
Dear Rashid, please be mindful of the time. We're running short, so yes. I hope you can finish up. Thank you. Okay,
by this I will finish all the issues. So the official control, there are also in the legislation, we may see some administrative offenses and penalties that here are noted, that for polluting the for pollution and for also spreading this type of wastes. And here it's a final part that in the recommendations we note that the assertive bodies the relevant duties shall be identified clearly because they are intruding with each other. Also, some legal uncertainties that are in the legislation, they should be clarified. The relevant laws, if there are not in place, they should be adopted and also improved. And also there should be established some economic incentives, and also among the community, there should be education more on food loss and waste, and also awareness raising. This is all from my side. Thank you very much for your patience and listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Rashid, for this informative presentation. Dear speakers, I would like to remind you to please stay within your time frame, 15 minutes per country. So if two of you are presenting, that would mean about 7.5 minutes each. So now we go over to Kyrgyzstan, and Maksakbek Amanov, National Value Chain Consultant, will present the situation in Kyrgyzstan.
Добрый день, доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги. Надеюсь, вы видите мою презентацию. Всем видно, да, надеюсь? Меня зовут Максат. Я вам сейчас хочу сделать презентацию по потерям и порче продовольствия в нашей республике. Хочу остановиться на некоторых ключевых моментах своей презентации. То есть это, например, к примеру, отсутствие передовой практики, технологии. Это у нас потери из-за экстремальных и каких-то непредвиденных обстоятельств. Также это нехватка воды, ирригационной воды. Это у нас, кроме того, менталитет наших людей, из-за чего происходят потери. А также барьеры именно в сфере торговли, ну и, конечно же, рекомендации. Здесь я хочу обратить ваше внимание на мелкотоварность нашего производства. При пашне всего лишь 1 200 000 гектаров, вот здесь вы видите, что у нас есть 453 127 хозяйствующих субъектов. Вы представляете, да, после развала Союза земли были распределены, и очень мелкотоварное производство. Вы видите, если с помощью калькулятора разделить, очень маленький удел получается на одного, скажем так, крестьянского или фермерского хозяйства. Ну, здесь данные за 2019 год, последние данные. Основные культуры это у нас зерновые, колосовые, хлопок, рис, сахарная свекла, картофель, овощи, фрукты. Так. Оценка, анализ именно потери порчи продовольствия был проведен в прошлом году с помощью интервью, каких-то персональных встреч. Вот здесь вот вы видите именно в каких сферах, то есть это производители были, фермеры, да, фермеры, производители, которые выращивают зерновые, масличные культуры, бобовые, картофель, яблоки, есть рыба, вот производство молока, также есть пиво, переработка муки, мясной продукции, гостиничный, ресторанный бизнес, потребители и гипермаркет. То есть вот здесь вот, где стоят именно количество, например, вот гипермаркет, это один известный у нас бренд, гипермаркет, Фрунзе называется, он имеет около 45 филиалов по всей стране. То есть данные были взяты, обобщены, и данные были получены из 45, скажем, гипермаркетов. Основные потери, да, у нас, как это происходит? Вот прежде всего это отсутствие высокоурожайных семян и посадочного материала высших репродукций. или их высокая цена. Также очень дороговизна минеральных удобрений, пестицидов, химикатов, а также горюче-смазочных материалов. То есть это во время уборки, во время посева и ухода. Кроме того, потери происходят именно из-за, как один из факторов, из-за изношенности морального, физического, изношенности нашей сельскохозяйственной техники, парк нашей техники. К сожалению, многие фермеры, они не имеют своей сельскохозяйственной техники и нанимают услуги, то есть услуги начиная от обработки почвы до уборки урожая. Кроме того, отсутствие передовой практики и технологии, вот вы видите на первой фотографии, это сбор урожая яблок, в силу того, что многие соответствующих хранилищ, они вынуждены собирать урожай прямо на поле, они стелят полиэтиленовую пленку, кладут урожай, сверху закрывают опять-таки пленкой или мульчой, или кошмой, или землей, и начинают продавать уже ближе или к концу текущего года, ближе к Новому году. Здесь вот вы видите тоже фотографию, это вот типичная фотография. Многие фермеры, они хранят свою продукцию именно в таких более-менее в таких вот условиях. Тут же хранится и горюче-смазочные материалы, и какие-то, допустим, зимние колеса от автотранспортных средств. То есть отсутствует какая-либо вентиляция, то есть не соответствует современным требованиям. Следующим фактором, который приводит именно к потерям, является также вот климат. Это будь то засуха, будь преждевременные ранние заморозки, а также COVID-19. Вот первая фотография, где вы видите желтый трактор. Это у нас фотография была сделана недалеко от нашей столицы, буквально в пределах 20 километров. Здесь у нас морковь, которая абсолютно пригодна к потреблению, но в связи с тем, что в прошлом году из-за вспышки ковида, из-за карантина были закрыты границы, многие фермеры, они в 2019 году закладывали урожай моркови на экспорт, именно в частности это в Казахстан и в Российскую Федерацию, но из-за карантина они, получается, всю зиму оплачивали услуги овощехранилища, весной они вынесли урожай, и продать не смогли. То есть они были вынуждены это вывозить на свалку. В конце-то концов, руководство местной администрации им тоже запретило вываливать свежую морковь именно на свалку. Вторая фотография, это была сделана в этом году. У нас в этом году была аномальная засуха. Именно вот, если в частности в Чуйской области, дожди были в начале мая, и вот по сей день, можно сказать, ни одной капли воды, осадков не было. То есть такой цикличный год получилось у нас, аномальная засуха, и по официальным данным Министерства сельского хозяйства нашей республики, порядка 30-40% именно по зерновым колосовым мы недополучили урожай. Справа вы видите капусту. Это было сделано в прошлом году из-за наступления ранних заморозков. Эта фотография была сделана на юге, в частности в Базархургонском районе. Именно вот у них была ранняя ранние заморозки наступили, в силу чего они потеряли урожай капусты. Здесь я, как вначале говорил, у нас вот менталитет именно в проведении каких-то вот мероприятий, да, вот пиршества, застолья, вот свадьбы, какие-то похороны, огромное количество пригодной еды просто уходит в отходы. К сожалению, наши люди, они понимают, что так делать нельзя и что так делать нехорошо. Тем не менее, вот бытует такой стереотип, что необходимо надо сокращать эти расходы. Но они говорят, пускай это начинает кто-то другой, но только не я. А что подумают люди? У нас как бы вот в Центральной Азии есть такой менталитет, к сожалению, что мы вот очень зациклены на мнении других. Очень большие потери происходят именно на похоронах. Забиваются несколько голов крупного рогатого скота, лошадей, чтобы с почестями похоронить или отправить как бы в мир иной усопшего человека. На свадьбах и то еще похлеще, еще хуже. Очень большие траты идут, потери именно продовольствия. Следующим фактором мы анализировали являются какие-то вот коммерческие барьеры в продаже. Вот вы видите, фотография это было тоже сделано недалеко. Очередь из фур, которые направляются в Казахстан или в Российскую Федерацию. Это происходит из-за отсутствия информации именно вот на рынке. Кроме того, другим фактором является дальнее расположение основных рынков продовольствия. Потом, в силу отсутствия каких-либо документов, несоответствия каким-то санитарным, фитосанитарным требованиям стран таможенного союза, происходят вот такие вот барьеры или возврат продукции. Кроме того, многие фермеры при уборке урожая, они вынуждены продавать за бесценок очень дешево свой урожай в силу того, что надо детей отправлять в школу, в институт, оплачивать за учебу. Также имеется фактор, что распределение доходов, оно несправедливое между фермером, то есть производителем, переработчиком и скупщиком, посредником. Здесь я хотел бы, на этом слайде хотел бы вкратце остановиться на тех потерях, которые мы получили в ходе встреч с нашими фермерами, производителями, переработчиками. Ну, как вы видите, по зерновым колосовым 20% потерь у нас происходят при возделывании, то есть с момента посева до уборки, потом после вот во время уборки, после уборочного хранения, переработки там 3%, в процессе переработки 1%, при употреблении 3%, потом клубни, вы видите, большая доля происходит именно при производстве, при выращивании. А по овощам и фруктам 10% это у нас происходит в процессе переработки. Ну, по мясным продуктам вы видите, больше всего около 5% происходит именно, опять-таки, во время процесса переработки. Здесь я хотел бы сказать, что эти данные были получены в ходе предварительных встреч с нашими фермерами. Что касается теперь по законодательству то есть по рекомендациям, да. Вот у нас правительство в 2018 году принял государственную программу по развитию торгово-логистических центров. Это представляет собой овощехранилище. Фермер туда закладывает свою продукцию за определенную сумму, минимальную сумму, и где есть все необходимые условия. И эти требования, они вполне соответствуют требованиям стран Таможенного союза. Вот, кроме того, вот недавно, летом, да, 22 июля, парламент при первом чтении одобрил закон, чтобы хоть как-то упорядочить именно процессы юбилейных торжеств, поминальных обрядов и мероприятий, посвященных памяти усопших. То есть здесь предлагается ограничить, скажем так, гостей или вот элементарно вот ограничить количество автотранспортных средств, которые участвуют именно в кортеже. Кроме того, рекомендуется совершенствование нормативно-правовых актов и механизма финансово-кредитной поддержки фермеров и перерабатывающих предприятий, то есть им предоставлять какие-то льготные кредиты. Далее, совершенствование национального законодательства и политики в области предотвращения и управления потерями пищевых отходов. Также обеспечение наличия правовой основы для утилизации пищевых отходов и повторного использования, а также поощрение инновационных мер по управлению пищевыми отходами. Ну и вот последний слайд, тоже как рекомендация, это импорт высокопродуктивных семян и посадочного материала, оказание государственной поддержки ассоциацию водопользователей, управление ирригационными сетями, а также землепользователей. Кроме того, снижение цен на сельскохозяйственную технику, то есть пересмотреть вот этот именно механизм кредитования наших сельскохозяйственных товаропроизводителей, предоставить им льготные кредиты на приобретение сельскохозяйственной техники. Ну и кроме того, наращивание потенциала участников производственно-сбытовой цепочки посредством обучения и распространения передовой практики. Также поддержка и совершенствование систем восстановления перерабатывающих предприятий. Ну и последняя, организация информационной кампании в целях изменения поведения, да, модели поведения. Вот это был последний слайд. Всем спасибо за ваше внимание. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Maksatbek. Thank you, Maksatbek, for this very interesting presentation. And as you say, mentality and behavior change starts with each and every one of us. Let's now move to Turkmenistan. Rahim Babaliev, National Value Chain Consultant, and Davlet Jamaguliyev, National Legal Consultant, will offer their perspectives on the issue in the country. Rahim, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear participants of the Sub-Regional Conference on Food Loss and Waste Reduction. Let me share the presentation.
I think we may have problems with Rahim, and we may have, okay, I think he's back. Rahim, you're muted. Rahim, please unmute yourself to speak. Rahim, can you hear us? We have no sound from you. Can you unmute yourself?
Do you hear?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, dear participants of the sub-regional conference on food loss and waste reduction organized by FAO. I am Rahim Babalev. I will be representing Turkmenistan for this important region project. Due to time limits, I will go direct to the presentation. Okay. My first slide give very brief information about policy and institutional background for the food loss and waste reduction in the country. I will pass this slide very fast because this issue will be presented in more detail by Mr. Jumakuliyev after my presentation. Sustaining food security is among priorities of the state policy under wise leadership of esteemed President of Turkmenistan. There is enough legal and institutional background required for sustaining food security in the country. State supports private sector in all food value chains in modernization of agriculture production, storage, processing, and distribution infrastructures. And state-owned banks provide concessional lending for this aim. Turkmenistan's economy is gradually transforming into market economy relations. Consequently, the role of private sector in all value chains in different industries is increasing dynamically. As a result of food abundance, market rules like competition, economic interest of the actors in the market facilitate the food loss and waste in the country. It is also worthy mentioning that Turkmen people have traditional and ethical views on non-acceptable of food loss and waste. It is accepted by some people as sin to waste food. Some international and regional organizations presented in Turkmenistan are implementing projects and programs having indirect influence on food loss and waste reduction in the country. Before coming to the preliminary results of the inception mission, I want to say a few words about project activities in Turkmenistan. The project document was signed on December 2 last year, a bit later. National project team, including me, have started working on July this year. Now I am carrying out inception missions. As for now, we have succeeded meeting with some representative of the private sector working in different value chains in different food industries and international organizations based in Turkmenistan. Meeting with state agencies, ministries, municipalities, academia, and other stakeholders are being planned and expected to be organized in October next month. In this slide, I have listed industries which I succeed meeting with private sector representatives. Due to time limit, I will go into detail of my findings at only 3 industries. As you can see, they are market and bulk, fruit and vegetable production, fruit and vegetable distribution, meat processing, and milk processing industries. The result of meetings with other industries will be covered in more detail in the report of inception mission. In this slide, I listed international organizations and international financial institutions, which I plan to meet for discussing programs and projects implemented by them in the fields. having direct or indirect relations to food loss and waste reduction. So far, I have succeeded meeting with almost all organizations listed on this slide. The main part of my presentation is starting here, where key findings of Inception mission will be covered. As I mentioned, I will cover only 3 industries. As you can see on the table, key challenges of the fruit and vegetable production industry are possible overproduction caused by absence of information in real time. Possible recommendation for this challenge could be establishment of online data center using digital solutions, providing information about the amount of production of different crops. Second is soil salinity in some agricultural lands is negatively influencing amount of crops produced. In this regard, it is recommended to take actions aimed at improvement of land reclamation of agricultural lands, like increasing the efficiency of irrigation canals. Third, plant pest negative effect in crop amount can also be a challenge in some cases among private sector. To address this challenge, it is recommended to improve the system of agricultural consulting services to farmers and entrepreneurs working in agriculture. In this regard, the quality of extension services providing up-to-date information about new agricultural technologies, including plant protection techniques, could be improved. And the last draft caused by climate change is also arising in Central Asia and require urgent adaptation measures to be taken, like introduction of water-saving irrigation technologies. Distribution of produced fruits and vegetables is also crucial in food supply chain. Key challenges in this industry are lack of cooperation between farmers and distributors. Online agricultural platforms where farmers and distributors can reach to information about availability of produce, crops, and distribution channels in real time. It can be very useful for them to communicate with each other. It will reduce food loss and waste during distribution. And second is storage and transportation infrastructure. Storage in transportation infrastructures are representatives of private sector involved in transportation. Wholesale and retail marketing could be developed by consulting them in this regard. And third is inadequate inventory management. And one of the problems in distribution sector is inadequate inventory management. First come, first go must be applied by specialized inventory management software at warehouses, retail, and wholesale units. It will reduce food loss and waste in the distribution. In meat processing industry, some slaughterhouses are sometimes managed improperly in household level. To avoid this, private sector should be encouraged and supported to establish a network of certificated slaughterhouses. Improper transportation of raw meat from slaughterhouses. Improper transportation of raw meat from slaughterhouse to the processing unit is managed improperly due to absence of cooling systems, in some cases in household level. So we have to strengthen transportation infrastructure by providing support private sector in modernizing transport system with cooling systems. Lastly, I will say a few words about meat processing industry, which is very important in sustaining food security in the country. As I said, food processing industry is being modernized steadily, but it in some cases, in some small processing units, whey appearing after cheese making is wasted. To address this challenge, small enterprises could be supported to widen range of produced products from whey, like casein. In some cases, meat processed in small enterprises is wasted due to presence of antibiotic residues in raw milk received from households. It can waste all the milk in the tank, leads food loss and waste in the huge amount. We have to strengthen technological capacity of small milk enterprise for making express analysis of raw milk when receiving. As a conclusion, I want to say that the government of Turkmenistan, under wise leadership of esteemed President of Turkmenistan, fully supports private sector, and there is political will and state support to introduce advanced wasteless food production technologies in the country. We have observed that the Minister of Agriculture and Environment Protection of Turkmenistan and Union Industry of Turkmenistan are open for cooperation in this field. Considering huge experience and potential of FAO in this field, it is highly recommended to implement further projects and programs in Turkmenistan aimed at strengthening the capacity of all stakeholders in order to reduce food loss and waste in the country. We have to cooperate with international organizations that are committed to implement projects and programs having indirect influence on food loss and waste reduction. Private sector is supporting the project and ready for cooperation and implementation of activities aimed to technology transfer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rahim. Let me pass the floor to National Legal Consultant in Turkmenistan, Davlet Jumaguliyev. Davlet will present in Russian, so you may want to switch to interpretation for those of you who need it. Go ahead, Davlet. The floor is yours.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, разрешите презентовать перед вами результаты предварительного анализа программных документов и правовой базы Туркменистана относительно продовольственных отходов и потерь, а также представить некоторые предложения. Стратегия развития страны основана на программе президента Туркменистана по социально-экономическому развитию страны на 2019-2025 годы. Важное место в развитии отводится сельскому хозяйству как главной отрасли по обеспечению продовольственной безопасности и продовольственного изобилия. Программа предусматривает приоритетные задачи сельского хозяйства в области продовольствия. Это производство продукции в достаточном количестве для продовольственной безопасности. Технологических производств продукции. Дальнейшее социально-экономическое развитие страны предусматривает сохранение достигнутого уровня продовольственного изобилия в стране. Важным приоритетом является внедрение принципов зеленой экономики во всех отраслях хозяйственной деятельности, что предполагает оздоровление окружающей среды, включающие меры по сокращению отходов, в том числе и продовольственных. Программные и правовые документы признают здоровье человека главной ценностью и приоритетной целью социально-экономического развития страны. Составной частью охраны здоровья человека и благополучия населения является обеспечение безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов. Приоритеты государства в отношении здорового и полноценного питания предусмотрены в законе Туркменистана о продовольственной безопасности в новой редакции от 23 ноября 2016 года. В Туркменистане создана широкая правовая база, регулирующая отношения в области продовольственной безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов, отходов. Правовая база охватывает области управление отходами, я не буду перечислять все законы, я назову только области. Контроля безопасности и качества пищевой продукции, стандартизации, сертификацию продуктов питания, стандартизации продовольственного сырья, а также маркировка товаров и срок их годности. Правовая база охватывает вопросы отходов, но самостоятельный статус продовольственных отходов и потерь в законодательстве пока не определен. Правовые нормы и требования, обеспечивающие безопасность пищевых продуктов, продовольственного сырья и предотвращение отходов, охватывают всю продовольственную цепочку: сбор, транспортировка, хранение, переработка, реализация и потребление. Правовой механизм позволяет системе государственных органов координировать, контролировать, осуществлять мониторинг безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов, предотвращать продовольственные отходы по всей продовольственной цепочке. И эта система государственного контроля предусматривается в законе Туркменистана о продовольственной безопасности от 23 ноября 2016 года. Правовая база, перечисленная правовая база призвана обеспечить и в большей части достигает своих целей в соблюдении единых требований безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов, уменьшению продовольственных отходов в больших объемах по всей продовольственной цепочке, слаженном взаимодействии хозяйственного механизма по всей продовольственной цепочке от сбора до потребления. Правовая база обеспечивает высокий уровень ответственности производителей и мобилизации их ресурсов во избежание больших объемов продовольственных отходов. И правовая база обеспечивает четкое разграничение полномочий государственных органов по выполнению задач обеспечения продовольственной безопасности. Исследования и наблюдения, проведенные ФАО, показывают пагубные последствия в мировом масштабе неконтролируемых выбросов продовольственных отходов в окружающую среду, негативные экономические, экологические и социальные последствия продовольственных потерь и отходов. Рациональное же использование продовольственных отходов может внести в развитие стран экономический и социальный эффект. В основе рационального использования продовольственных отходов может быть использована стратегия по уменьшению выбросов продовольственных отходов, основанная на представленной иерархии безотходного использования продовольствия. Для цели рационального использования продовольственных отходов и уменьшения потерь правовая база Туркменистана по обеспечению безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов, управления отходами может быть существенно расширена и пополнена такими понятиями, как продовольственные отходы, пищевые излишки, приготовление продуктов питания, продукты переработки пищевой продукции. Ожидаемая практическая роль данных понятий для предотвращения продовольственных потерь и отходов заключается в следующем. В том, что продовольственные потери и продовольственные отходы выносятся в фокус правового механизма. Разрабатываются нормативы и требования к продовольственным отходам и потерям в управлении отходами. Повышаются обязательства и ответственность субъектов хозяйственной деятельности в предотвращении продовольственных потерь и отходов. И создаются правовые предпосылки к укреплению и развитию культуры рационального потребления. На наш взгляд, дополнение закона об отходах положениями для регулирования отбора продовольственных отходов от других видов отходов, учета их, сбора, проведения экспертизы для вторичной переработки и использования. Дополнение закона Туркменистана об обеспечении безопасности и качества пищевых продуктов положениями для предотвращения продовольственных потерь и возможностей пожертвований продовольственными излишками в общественном питании и супермаркетах, а также укрепление потенциала операторов продовольственного бизнеса в современных технологиях переработки пищевых продуктов, существенно внесло бы вклад в рациональное использование продовольственных отходов и уменьшение потерь. Правовая база страны предусматривает сертификацию и стандартизацию продовольственной продукции для защиты рынка от несертифицированных товаров. Разработка инструкций по классификации и использованию продовольственной продукции, не прошедшей сертификацию и стандартизацию, также внесла бы вклад в сокращение продовольственных отходов и потерь. Хотелось бы отметить здесь, что, как было отмечено раньше, что экономический хозяйственный механизм Туркменистана слаженно взаимодействует. Благодаря этому хозяйственный механизм по производству и потреблению продуктов питания обладает потенциалом к переходу на функционирование по принципу безотходного продовольственного цикла, как вот показано на схеме, если начиная с выращивания урожая до переработки и обратно использования его в качестве биогумуса. Для этого предлагается изменение в налоговое законодательство для внедрения льгот для бизнес-операторов питания с целью стимулирования их переработки продовольственных отходов для вторичного использования, инвестирование в деятельность по снижению продовольственных отходов, мотивацию их в продовольственную благотворительность и инвестирование в безотходный цикл переработки. Продовольственные отходы и продукты переработки продовольственного сырья, как и все органические отходы, могут перерабатываться в биогумус, вермикомпост и использоваться в дальнейшем на низкоплодородных почвах. Вот в этом можно будет и сделать как бы безотходный цикл производства продовольствия и его использования. Спасибо большое за ваше внимание.
Спасибо большое, Davlet. Thank you very much, Davlet, dear colleagues. Let's now move on to Timur Nuradinov, Value Chain Consultant, and Umida Haknazar, National Legal Consultant. They will present their findings and recommendations for Uzbekistan. Let's find out what they have to say. Timur, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ты должна убрать. Okay.
Timur, there's echo on your side, I think.
Yes, just a second. Is it okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'll try to be short. As you might understand, that the situation with the food and lost waste is very serious in Uzbekistan. Unfortunately, there is no management system and weak control on the, especially the food waste. And I think, but the positive is that Uzbekistan makes the first steps towards to control the food loss and waste. And the issue was raised by the several agencies and the political parties. For instance, the Ecological Party of Uzbekistan, they had a seminar about the management of the food waste and loss. And definitely the technical assistance expertise needed to manage the food waste and loss at all level. And I think that according to the different sources, agriculture crops of the social importance in Uzbekistan are potatoes, wheat, rice, onions, and carrots, and agriculture crops of strategic importance: grape, sweet cherry, apricot, pomegranate, peach, plum, apple, and persimmon, and because of the strategic importance of because of the export of these products to other countries. As for now, I conducted several meetings with the government officials, private sector, research institute, university, restaurants, and associations. Currently, I drafted an inception report and planning to conduct field visits to regions and continue meeting with the stakeholders. Well, according to the Minister of Agriculture, the loss of the crops is about 30% for fruits and vegetables at the collection, transportation, and storage stage. It's all cumulative, but I believe after talking to several sources, loss can be higher, and which is also this information given by the unofficially at the moment due to the lack of the responsibility of the value chain actors in post-harvest operation, the loss can be higher. Unfortunately, there is a lack of understanding of required quality agriculture product by farmers. As a result, different size, quality for the same variety, the products produced by the farmers, which brings to the waste of these products which cannot be exported or sold at the local markets. Lack of infrastructure in a rural area. There is no collection centers, cold storages. Unfortunately, the lack of currently for instance, in Fergana Valley and Samarkand, some of the farmers and they started building the cold storage, but still, I believe it's still not enough. There's a most important, there's a poor forecasting of prices for agriculture products for the next year, which resulted in overproduction and fall of prices. For instance, we had a case when the price for the cabbage was 2 years ago was quite high, and then 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago the farmers started growing the cabbage, and the prices fell down, and which resulted in the overproduction of this product. So lack of the processing facilities for agriculture products as well is a critical issue. As for the food waste situation, Uzbekistan generates around 100 million tons of industrial waste, and where the 35 million cubic meters of household waste annually. And on average, according the sources, about 25% in the average garbage can is the food waste. Unfortunately, collected garbage is simply thrown into the open landfill outside of the towns. And currently there are some initiatives to build the processing facilities, but it's still not at that level where they can process all the garbage, the waste. 2,000 tons of garbage every day in Tashkent is thrown into the landfill with an area 59 hectares and depth of the 40 meters. And currently this landfill is full, and they're planning to give another 35 hectares for the for the waste. There is no separation of organic waste and no modern waste disposal and recycling facilities. There are some initiatives taken by the international institutions, and there are some small pilot projects for recycling waste into the fertilizer is implemented. And there's negotiations is going on the way use of methane at the landfill. I'm talking about the landfill outside of Tashkent with the potential investors. Well, so what will be recommendations? So basically, I collected recommendations. These recommendations from my side, and also which was some of the recommendations I taken from the several sources, and I agree with them. So, for instance, introduce a legal document with a description of responsibilities for each value chain actor for the whole process covered from tree to work, where each value chain actor will be responsible for the losses starting from the collection, sorting, grading, and transportation, etc. Improve pre-harvest and post-harvest practices with aim to expand the shelf life of agriculture products and reduce the loss, as well as the most important capacity building of value chain actors in the food loss and waste prevention and reduction, as well as development of local extension services, which is the recommendation from the Minister of Agriculture, and I agree with that. And now, actually, they're implementing these agro-logistics centers, which can play an important role that cover all aspects. This development of local extension services that covers all aspects of the agriculture process. Increase the number of processing facilities for agriculture products, which is most important thing. Building infrastructure for collection and storage in the rural area, and improve access to financial services and market information by the value chain actor. So when I said about increase the number of processing facilities, so when we have the agriculture products which does not meet the requirements for the exporting, then definitely we need to think about the processing facilities. The other recommendations will be reduce water waste through prevention, reduction, recycling, and reuse measures, which is quite understandable. Public awareness and education on waste reduction. This also I'm talking about Uzbekistan. Create incentives for population for separate the waste, organic and solid. Currently, there are some initiatives taken by Mahsus Trans, which is the responsible for the waste, the processing. Let's see how it will go. Building modern waste disposal and recycling facilities in several regions. Strict control by state bodies for illegal landfills and increased fines for all kinds of waste, industrial, organic. This is very crucial and very important. Provide additional benefits to potential investors interested in waste management. Thank you very much. And now, Umida, please. Hello?
Thank you, Timur. Umida, we're waiting for you to present. Umida, are you ready?
Hello, everyone. Sorry for. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Just to save time, I will skip. Oh, okay. That's great. Oh, great. I will just jump to the legal analysis because of the shortage of time. As Nuruddin already mentioned, Timur already mentioned, there are a number of strategies have been adopted, and we can say that yes, over the past 2 or 3 years, there's some a significant change in the perception and some of the actions of the government in terms of legislation, but mostly we can say they're mostly focusing on waste part rather than loss part. But though some strategic documents have been adopted, such as the strategy of Uzbekistan agricultural development, strategy on waste management, the concept of effective use land of water resources in agriculture, but these are sort of strategies and concepts, though they're very important for sort of setting the vector and then policy, but in most part they're kind of aspirational. And that, yes, for the first time they used this terminology as reduced food loss as one of the objectives, you know, and by implementing and applying good agricultural practices, good manufacturing, good hygiene, etc. practices. But when it comes to real mechanisms in a legal term, like when it comes to real primary laws and some specific regulations, there's still a significant gap in actually enforcing those practices. So we can say that for the first time, even the food and the definition of food waste is not really even defined specifically, and the first resembling definition is used in a quite peripheral kind of resolution on rendering services on collection and transportation of solid liquid waste, which is more sort of a waste aspect of the issue, but and it's used very fragmentally and not in the context of general, you know, the food and lost waste. And then, so the definitions, legal definitions for food surplus, food donations, food banks, food waste are missing still in the legislation, in the primary and specific regulations. And at the same time, the food waste management strategy and the concepts, for the first time, they include this set as a priority separation of waste from organic to non-organic, so that food degradable waste is part of organic waste. And there's some initiatives on pilot projects on separating into 5 categories, including organic, but they're still kind of very, very weak and not really getting out of this sort of pilot approach. And still, as Timur mentioned, it's all dumped together in landfills. Then in terms of food loss, when at the production level, although the concept, again, some of the latest the concept mentions that, and also the part of the regulation of the Ministry of Agriculture on the functions of the Ministry of Agriculture mentions that now, in order to, during the food spikes, there should be some food reserves, specific products like perishable goods to have some kind of food reserves, but so it's mentioned in a very narrow kind of context, not as in the context of real food banks and real food reserve, you know, that's supposed to be. And as I said, the practices like good agricultural practices, and at the factory level, good hygiene practices and good manufacturing practices, or like HASP system, etc., are not yet embedded into the legislation as mandatory or as something that the food business operators must follow. And in terms of labeling and date markings, also it's a big gap that there's still no distinction between quality and safety, so that when it comes to date marking and labeling, there is no distinction between best buy and used by products, so that all expiry dates refer to sort of safety and very short sort of expiry dates are set mainly by the regulators rather than food business operators, that it should be. So the local regulations on labeling, like there's a technical regulation and there's an overlapping sanitary norm, they're not aligned with Codex Alimentarius standard on labeling and recommendations on these distinctions, basically. And when we look at the laws on food safety, the current law on food safety and quality of products and the technical regulation law, certification, etc., they're all very outdated and focus primarily on end product certification and testing, which is absolutely not a modern approach and not adequate for ensuring safety nor quality. So, but the good news is that currently Uzbekistan is in the process of WTO accession process, and also in the process of preparing and drafting new editions of all these laws, and basically repealing many, like for example, the certification will be repealed, and there is a new law on safety, food safety is being prepared, and the new law on technical regulation is being prepared that will take into account all the WTO principles, SPS agreement principles, and approaches of Codex on, and include, hopefully they will include GHP, GMP, HASP as part of necessary, you know, obligations for FBOs, and including good agricultural practices at the primary production level, and also the legal liability of FBOs, which is also missing currently in the legislation, so that FBOs have no legal responsibility, no primary responsibility for safety of products. So just to sum up, the conclusions could be made that the food labeling is missing the right one, so that there is a choice to, for example, donate, you know, best buy products, let's say, or the food safety hygiene level, the national legislation on food safety currently is not doesn't have this important provisions on primary responsibilities, and GHP, GMP, GAP, other good practices and HASP are missing as part of necessary, obligations and in the regulations. And microbiological chemical parameters are not harmonized with Codex standards and parameters, and they're not, many of them are outdated based on old GOES, Soviet GOES, or they are because of the focus of trade with Russia primarily and former Soviet, the Eurasian Economic Union member states, which are also, unfortunately, in many ways, they're still not, well, they're in the process of harmonization, but still there are many of them are still based on GOES, so that methods of testing missing, sampling missing, etc., that are not aligned with Codex, and that prevents from implementing good practices, GMP, GHP, HASP, etc. And then on the food loss prevention, also, as I mentioned, it's very narrow and not really, it's basically aspirational, when the strategies have these provisions on applying good practices, they're mainly aspirational because specific legal mechanisms and obligations are missing in the legislation. So we can say that on the food redistribution for consumption, food donations are not mentioned at all in the legislation, and so that food banks are not mentioned, and food donators are not considered, they don't have a status of, as a result, have a status of FBOs, that would be have primary responsibility. As I said, at this point, the more sort of attention is in this context is received for waste management. So for waste management, a number of resolutions have been taken over the past couple of years, and so that all the key problems are basically pronounced there, which is good news. So that they acknowledge that there is too much waste and it's all mixed, and there's no energy, no biogas, no compost, and it all should be done. But again, due to lack of investments and because of many of these state companies are monopolized, so even if they're not state, but they're controlled by the state, so there's not much competition in this area, therefore they can't attract investments. And one of the very important issues that I'd like also to highlight, which is not directly maybe related to FAO, but definitely impacts. It's a systemic question of insecure land tenure rights and continuous government contracts policy for cotton and wheat, which basically prevents farmers and primary producers and other investors for investing to good agricultural practices and manufacturing hygiene practices, that's a political, very sensitive issue. And I think as long as this practice continues, it will be very, very problematic to overcome all these food loss and waste in terms of more effective, in a more effective way, so that, because to implement all these good practices, of course, there's need for investment, but it means that there's need for secure and long-term land tenure rights, basically for farmers. And they should not be ordered, what to grow and what to do, because, and that results from this government contracts for cotton and wheat, which still continues. So I would say that overall, Uzbekistan, of course, culture is discouraging food waste, as like many Central Asian countries. And overall, there is a culture of food sharing, obviously. Food is a very important part of daily life. And but at the same time, because of this growing difference between urban and rural, and of course the Tashkent is becoming very, very big city, and industrial food production is going to increase over the years, obviously. And there's a very there has been a many years policy of cheap bread, you know, which led to overconsumption basically of bread and feeding it to animals as a result, because it's just too much. And unhealthy diets is also obviously sort of spread because of that. So these are, I think, very generic and common problems in all our countries. But these are probably some of the key highlights I would like to make in the little format. That's all. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Umida. And thank you, dear colleagues, for your observations, analysis, and recommendations on the best course of action. These will feed into the work of the national strategies, no doubt. So now it's time to move on to the next session, and we will focus on examples of collaboration among different actors for greater impact. I'm happy to introduce our next speakers, Yulia Nazarova, member of the board and president of Food Bank Rus, and Vladimir Konstantinov, indirect tax services leader and partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers in Russia, who will present the case of an NGO joining forces with the private sector to lobby the government on tax deduction for food and goods donations to food banks and charities. Yulia and Vladimir will present in Russian, so you may want to switch to interpretation for those of you who need it. Let's listen in. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you. Будет презентация, да?
Юлия, как вы договорились?
Да, презентация должна быть.
Тогда подождем минутку.
Угу. Я могу пока начать.
Коллеги работают, сейчас будет презентация. Спасибо.
Коллеги, всем добрый день. Меня зовут Юлия Назарова, я президент Фонда продовольствия Русь. Очень рада принять участие в конференции. Мы единственный банк еды в России, член глобальной ассоциации банков еды. Работаем с 2012 года в России, и уже много говорилось о теме продовольственных потерь, пищевых отходов, о тех механизмах, которые необходимы для того, чтобы... Да, спасибо. О тех механизмах, которые необходимы для того, чтобы в первую очередь не доводить продовольствие до состояния отхода. Это действительно так, поскольку запрос со стороны общества растет. К сожалению, пандемия негативно повлияла на все те показатели, которые были раньше, в рамках цели устойчивого развития в том числе, добавив около 100 миллионов человек дополнительно к тем 600, почти 700 людям, которые уже жили в состоянии голода. Поэтому наша задача максимально собрать лучшие кейсы, понять, какие из них работают в нашей стране, ну и, собственно говоря, интегрировать их в те процессы, которые помогут нам снизить то количество продовольственных потерь и пищевых отходов, которые страново появляются. Мы столкнулись как банк продовольствия с этим в России. Вообще надо сказать, что пандемия повлияла в данном случае, как это ни странно, позитивно на понимание, осознание общества того, насколько важно общество, государство, власти, бизнеса в том числе, что тоже очень важно, насколько важно объединить усилия и разработать те механики, те методики, которые позволят проактивно реагировать на новый запрос. И мы, занимаясь продовольственными потерями, уже давно с партнерами обсуждаем ситуацию в России, которая заключается в следующем. До недавнего времени существовало налоговое бремя по передаче товарных пожертвований в адрес некоммерческих организаций в стране. Мы ежегодно передаем около 8,5-6 тысяч тонн разным категориям нуждающимся, работаем по всей стране, но, конечно, это не предел, это не потолок. Мы с вами понимаем, насколько огромны продовольственные потери и пищевые отходы, и задача как раз понять, в чем основной барьер. В рамках нашего сотрудничества с 2015 года мы начали работу с компанией PricewaterhouseCoopers. Со мной присутствует мой коллега Владимир Константинов. Благодаря работе с профессиональным сообществом, ну, поскольку мы занимаемся именно спасением продуктов, мы взаимодействуем в полях, что называется, мы работаем с компаниями, мы раздаем эти продукты, вовлекая и корпоративных волонтеров, и просто волонтеров, которые готовы потратить время, собрать продукты, раздать продукты. Это то, чем мы занимаемся. Понятно, без какой-то внятной экспертизы мы не смогли бы делать дальнейшие шаги. И в рамках, опять же, цели устойчивого развития устанавливаются не только цели конкретные, да, снижение, ликвидация нищеты, ликвидация голода, в данном случае в России речь не про голод, а скорее недоедание, рационализацию процессов производственно-бытовых цепочек. Вот именно в этом направлении мы начали взаимодействие. То есть, на самом деле, цели устойчивого развития стали для нас такой отправной, можно сказать, точкой, благодаря которой мы нашли вот общее соприкосновение. И я бы, наверное, уже хотела передать слово Владимиру, чтобы мы как раз поделились тем кейсом, который у нас есть, такой положительный, который можно будет перенять и реализовывать в других странах. Владимир.
Да, спасибо. Коллеги, добрый день. Да, я являюсь налоговым партнером российской фирмы PwC. Мы вот с 2015 года сотрудничаем вместе с Фондом продовольствия Русь. Да, вот я представляю группу экспертов в области юриспруденции и налогов. Сегодня мы больше будем говорить о налогах. Я вот уже какое-то время на вашем мероприятии вот сейчас нахожусь, да, слушаю предыдущих выступающих, и да, еще раз как бы вот напоминают выступление, и приходит понимание того, от какого количества факторов вот, зависит, так скажем, изменение практик и вот, многосторонняя работа, связанная с тем, чтобы потребление было более рациональным, чтобы потерь было меньше. Значит, да, как предыдущие выступающие отмечали, и установки людей, и какие-то обычаи, и какие-то технические вопросы, связанные просто с ведением хозяйственной деятельности. О чем, наверное, нас кейс, мы, наверное, хотим сказать по большому счету, что регуляторика страны тоже оказывает воздействие на развитие тех или иных процессов. Да? Вот, фонд, которым руководит Юлия, он занимается тем, что готов получать пожертвования продовольственные, да, качественных продуктов от каких-то субъектов, которые готовы это делать, и доводить эти продукты до нуждающихся. Это, безусловно, опять же, социально полезная и важная деятельность. Причем здесь регуляторика. Если мы говорим о том, что, опять же, вот этот процесс как бы необходимо, чтобы он был массовым, чтобы он, безусловно, был легальным, мы вот столкнулись с тем, да, в России, что важно, чтобы законодательство, в частности налоговое законодательство, оно учитывало специфику этой деятельности. То есть, безусловно, но до того, как эта деятельность там получила развитие, для того, как, в принципе, пришло такое широкое осознание этой проблемы и специфики вот, вообще деятельности, связанной с этим, налоговое законодательство, оно формулировалось вот, ну, без учета каких-то ситуаций, которые возникают в этой деятельности. Поэтому с чем мы столкнулись, по-простому говоря, речь идет о том, что вот, опять же, какие-то субъекты, да, вот, похожие, да, на фонд продовольствия Русь, они встречаются с потенциальными донорами товаров, у которых эти товары имеются в наличии. Есть понимание, что они не будут реализованы и отправлены в экономический оборот. принципе, даже есть готовность эти товары передать, вместо того, чтобы их отправить на полигоны на утилизацию, в лучшем случае, да, на легальную утилизацию. Значит, но налоговое законодательство сформулировано в таком виде, что вот потенциальным донорам дороже передать на фудшеринг, передать на благотворительные цели, чем подождать еще какое-то время и отправить это на утилизацию, с учетом всех увлеченных расходов. Вот, опять же, мы в России столкнулись с тем, что, ну, вот исходя из того законодательства, как оно было, например, там 3 года назад, в принципе, такого рода деятельность со стороны доноров рассматривается как благотворительная. И что это значит для налогов? Это значит, что, исходя из общих правил, что все расходы, связанные с благотворительной деятельностью, они не являются вычитаемыми, при том, что, так скажем, какой-то разумный объем утилизации, он считается частью обычной бизнес-деятельности, и расход на утилизацию в полной мере, в полном размере, без существенных проблем и вопросов со стороны налоговых органов, они относятся на расходы. Поэтому, ну вот, когда мы этот вопрос осознали и начали вот с ним работать, с Юлией и с коллегами, и вместе с донорами, да, у нас был учрежден экспертный совет по этому вопросу, наша отправная точка заключалась в том, что вот в России, к сожалению, если вот так прямо смотреть налоговые правила, на 30-40% было дороже передать товары на благотворительные цели и запустить цепочку рационального использования продуктов по сравнению вот со сценарием утилизации. Ну и опять же, здесь такое было совместное партнерство, да, здесь работу вели и, собственно говоря, и доноры, и благотворительные организации. Мы оказывали экспертную поддержку. Значит, вот так всей этой нашей группы вступили в диалог с различными государственными органами для того, чтобы, ну вот, подчеркнуть, наверное, неразумность такой ситуации, такой регуляторики. Мы, опять же, проводились исследования и расчеты, указывающие на то, что совокупные социальные расходы для российского общества, они, безусловно, выше в тех случаях, когда все это отправляется на утилизацию. В принципе, у многих, так скажем, подразделений государственных органов есть там большая заинтересованность в том, чтобы расширять вот вовлечение некоммерческих организаций, которые самостоятельно, без там непосредственного участия государства, вот, становятся проводником из избытка продовольствия, проводником по дороге к нуждающимся. То есть заинтересованность отдельных государственных органов есть, но, естественно, вопросы, связанные с фискальными отношениями, они имеют свою специфику, но, опять же, как показала практика наших обсуждений, вот, объяснять эту ситуацию представительством Министерства финансов, ФНС несколько сложнее. Опять же, естественно, все люди пониманием относятся к этой полезной деятельности, к социальным проблемам. Вот. Но, естественно, опять же, я как налоговый эксперт отмечу, что ситуация неоднозначная. И, естественно, есть ряд объективных фискальных рисков, которые и налоговым органам, и Министерству финансов необходимо исследовать. Естественно, налоговое законодательство достаточно сложно, и система администрирования, и фактическая, так скажем, налоговые практики, они такие, что государственным органам приходит оцениваться, не будет ли каких-то нежелательных побочных последствий от введения изменений в эти правила, не будут ли какие-то недобросовестные субъекты, никакого отношения к этой деятельности не имеющие, которые, там, не знаю, будут пытаться недобросовестно использовать эти нормы. Поэтому вот, собственно говоря, там несколько месяцев у нас с коллегами была серия встреч, обсуждений, объяснения того, в чем заключается проблема, также рассмотрение различных вариантов решения, которые были бы приемлемы с точки зрения администрирования как и для НКО, которые занимаются, в частности, фудшерингом, так и для налоговых органов. То есть, погружаясь в детали, там возникает много важных вопросов, которые требуют рассмотрения и выработки, так скажем, четких алгоритмов действия. Поэтому, вот, собственно говоря, такие основные черты того пути, через который мы прошли, да, в обсуждении в экспертном сообществе и различными субъектами, которые участвуют в развитии фудшеринга, какие у нас текущие результаты. Да? И я вначале отметил, что по состоянию на 3 года назад потенциально налоговые затраты, они представляют там 30-40%. Что это такое? Это налог на прибыль и НДС со стоимости товаров. Да, два ключевых налога. Если это, исходя из старых правил, рассматривается как благотворительная, исключительная деятельность, то вот такие дополнительные налоговые затраты возникают у донора при сравнении с сценарием обычной утилизации. В настоящее время по итогам взаимодействия с государственными органами мы пришли к решению по налогу на прибыль. И с 1 января 2020 года в России вступили в действие изменения в 25 главу Налогового кодекса, в соответствии с которыми была включена норма, что для передачи товаров на благотворительность для данных целей в пределах 1% выручки закон напрямую указывает, что такие расходы подлежат отнесению расходов. То есть половина проблемы, которую в начале пути мы для себя сформулировали, она была решена. Остался вопрос с НДС. С чем заключается НДС? Но НДС он так чуть более сложно рассчитывается. То есть НДС, в принципе, есть исчисленный НДС реализации, есть НДС приобретения, так называемый входной НДС. Значит, при том, что в рамках текущих правил при передаче товаров на благотворительные цели НДС с реализацией исчислять не надо, тем не менее есть прямое требование о том, чтобы НДС, который был уплачен поставщику при приобретении данного товара или по расходам, связанным с производством данного товара, он уплачивался обратно в бюджет. То есть, опять же, мы приходим к тому, что вот с точки зрения НДС передача товаров на благотворительные цели все еще более дорогой сценарий по сравнению с утилизацией. Мы продолжаем серию встреч, продолжаем разъяснительную работу. Мы с пониманием относимся к вопросам, которые возникают, поскольку традиционно вопросы НДС, они такие более чувствительные. Мы понимаем коллег из фискальных органов, которых приходится стоять на, так скажем, страже фискальных, и по сути государственных интересов, связанных с доходами бюджета, не по данной конкретной деятельности, потому что мы проводили расчеты, и коллеги с этим согласны, что в буквальном смысле фискальный эффект от этой нормы, он как бы не является значительным. Здесь вопрос просто, каким образом ограничить применение этой нормы только для тех компаний, да, и видов деятельности, для которых это предусмотрено. Поэтому, это такая самостоятельная внутренняя налоговая задача, она является предметом обсуждения экспертов. Мы этим занимаемся, мы надеемся на то, что эта проблема будет решена. Естественно, есть по нашему опыту, но одно дело это обсуждение на уровне технических экспертов, тех людей, которые непосредственно методологически отвечают за тот или иной налог. Естественно, более продуктивное общение – это, так скажем, общение с представителями государственных органов, которые, так скажем, более широко смотрят, которые могут оценить важность данного вопроса, с точки зрения государственных интересов в целом. Потому что при обсуждении технических вопросов НДС мы обсуждаем в том числе и затраты экологические, связанные со сценарием, когда товары уходят на утилизацию. Мы возвращаемся к тому, что государство само тратит средства на поддержку малоимущих. То есть, безусловно, важно все эти вопросы рассматривать в комплексе. Опять же, тем не менее, вопросы регуляторики, они не такие простые, значит, решаются еще пока не до конца, мы продолжаем свою работу, но, наверное, опять же, я возвращусь к тому, что я сказал в начале, по нашему опыту, вопросы регуляторики, они также важны для вот, развития рационального потребления, создания условий для доноров, когда передача товаров на данные цели не является для него проблемой. Это, безусловно, способствует для развития правильных практик потребления ресурсов. Вот, наверное, вкратце описание кейса с нашей стороны. Опять же, очень приятно быть на этом мероприятии, да, и знакомиться с вопросами, которые возникают у коллег с различных ракурсов в других странах по схожим вопросам. Юлия, есть ли какие-то комментарии?
Спасибо, Юлия, спасибо, Vladimir. Thank you for your very interesting and detailed presentation. Indeed, the question of tax services and food sharing is a very important one in tackling food loss and waste. Let's now consider another example of a fruitful multi-sectoral engagement. Our next speaker is Kayhan Özüm, Acting General Secretary for the Union of Municipalities of Turkey. In addition to providing member incentives, the union collaborates with charity organizations for food donations and supports the development of a national food banking system. Mr. Özüm, we're excited to learn more.
Merhabalar. Daha önce denemeye yapma fırsatım olmadı ama herhalde sesim geliyordur diye düşünüyorum. Doğru mu? Devam ediyorum o zaman. Çok değerli panelistler ve kıymetli katılımcılar, dinleyiciler. Bu toplantıya daha önce Genel Sekreterlik adına Birol Bey'in ismi verilmişti ama kendisi çok yoğun gündeminden dolayı katılamadı. Sizlere selamlarını iletti. Öncelikle Türkiye Belediyeler Birliği adına bir kısa tanıtım yapmak istiyorum bilmeyenler için. Türkiye Belediyeler Birliği 1945 yılında belediyecilik alanında faaliyet göstermek üzere.
Прошу прощения, господин Кайхан.
Efendim.
Говорит Мария Узангин, технический специалист. Я хотела бы вам сообщить, что я вам дала удаленный контроль для вашей презентации. Как только я выключу микрофон, вы можете кликнуть на экран один раз мышкой, и после этого вы сможете самостоятельно управлять вашей презентацией. Да, я вижу, это уже работает, только позвольте мне выключить свой микрофон, чтобы не мешать переводчикам.
Tamam, çok teşekkürler. Ben deneme yaparken bir iki slayt öne gittim. En başa alabilir miyiz acaba? Ben bu arada Türkiye Belediyeler Birliği hakkında kısa bilgi veriyordum. Türkiye Belediyeler Birliği 1945 yılında kuruldu. Yani aslında FAO ile aynı yaşta diyebiliriz. 57 yıl dernek statüsünde faaliyetlerini sürdürdükten sonra 2002 yılında Bakanlar Kurulu kararıyla Mali İdari Birliği statüsüne kavuştu. 2005 yılında da bütün ülkedeki belediyelerin üyesi olduğu bir tüzel kişiliğe haiz oldu. Türkiye'deki bütün belediyelerin üyesi olan tek bir birlik ve bu birlik olarak da ulusal ve uluslararası düzeyde tüm belediyeleri temsil etme yetkisine sahibiz. Belediyelerimizin daha çok bu gıda konularındaki yetkileri 5393 sayılı Belediye Kanunu ile çerçevelenmiştir. Burada belediyelere ekonomi ve ticaretin geliştirilmesi yönünde görev ve yetki verilmiştir. Bu vesileyle belediyeler sanayi, ticaret, tarım gibi birçok alanda ihtiyaçlar doğrultusunda faaliyet gösterebilmektedir. Türkiye'de yerel yönetimler çok güçlü yönetimlerdir. Özellikle de son dönemde yerel yönetim reformlarımızla özellikle Büyükşehir Belediyesi kanunuyla da bu görevlerini, bu yetkilerini daha da genişletilmiştir. Her ne kadar merkezi teşkilat olarak Tarım Bakanlığı'na bağlı illerde taşra teşkilatı bulunsa da belediyelerimizin halka en yakın ve en çabuk karar alma mekanizmaları olması sebebiyle de özellikle insanların doğrudan ilgilendiren konularda önemli faktörlerdir. Bu çerçevede belediyeler tarım arazilerinin ve suyun verimli kullanılmasına kadar birçok çalışmalarda çiftçileri desteklemekte, gıda kayıplarının azaltılması için de çalışmalar yürütmektedirler. Belediyelerin hızlı karar alma ve uygulama yeteneğine sahip olması, yerelin özelliklerini iyi bilmesi sebebiyle bölge ihtiyaçlarına uygun tarım politikaları üretilmesine katkıda bulunmak ve bu politikaları uygulamak açısından da önemli görevleri vardır. Bu arada mümkünse slide sunumunun en başına gelebilir miyiz? Size zahmet. Ben geri alamıyorum ama ileriye doğru hareket ediyor. Şimdiden teşekkür ederim. Tarımı destekleme görevleriyle birlikte belediyelerimizin gıda bankacılığı yapılmasına da olanak sağlanmıştır mevzuat ile. Özellikle bu son dönemdeki pandemi salgınıyla, evet şimdi kanunlarımızı görüyoruz burada. Birincisi Belediyeler Kanunu 5393 sayılı, diğeri de Büyükşehir Belediyeler Kanunu. Büyükşehir belediyelerini şöyle kısaca anlatayım. Türkiye'yi belki hani yerel yönetim kısmını pek inceleme fırsatınız olmayabilir. Büyükşehir belediyeleri il sınırındaki hemen hemen bütün uygulamalardan sorumludur. Ama diğer illerimizde belediyelerle birlikte aynı zamanda da valiliğe bağlı il özel idaresi ile de benzer faaliyetler yürütülmektedir. Belediyeler Birliği'nden bahsettim. Belediyeler Birliği bütçesini bütün belediyelerin bütçelerinin katkılarıyla almaktadır. Dolayısıyla da çalışmalarını belediyelerimizin hak ve menfaatlerini gözetmek üzere yürütmektedir. Burada özellikle son dönemde gerek FAO ile gerek de Tarım Bakanlığımız, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Tarım Bakanlığı ile yaptığımız projeler kapsamında gıda konusuna ayrı bir önem vermekteyiz. Daha birçok alanda yaptığımız fikir ve proje yarışmalarının yanı sıra Gıdanı Koru proje yarışmasını da başlattık. Bu bir nebze ülkemizde yürütülen diğer programlara ve projelere de destek mahiyetinde kendi bütçemizle yürüttüğümüz bir programdır. Bu tür fikir proje yarışmalarında belediyelerimiz başvuruyorlar. Biz de onların fikirlerine ilk etapta, birinci aşamada, ikinci aşamada da projelerinin uygulanmalarına maddi destekte bulunuyoruz. Projemizin öncelik verdiği alanlar gıda bankacılığı, ev kullanımındaki ev tüketiminde evsel atıkların elektrik üretiminde kullanılması, tarımsal ürünlerin profesyonel depolanarak gıda kaybının azaltılması, meyve sebzelerin kurutularak ömrünün uzatılması, atık yemeklerin geri dönüşümü gibi konular var bu yarışmada. Bu yarışmamızın son günü gıda haftasına denk gelen Kasım ayında 20 Kasım'a denk geliyor. O zamandır ve şu ana kadar 100'den fazla belediyemiz başvurdu. Bu belediyelerden 10 tanesine yarışmamız kapsamında katkılarımızı sunacağız. Gıdanın korunması ve gıda atıklarının değerlendirilmesi yine Belediyeler Birliği'nin öncelik verdiği konulardandır diye bahsetmiştim. Biraz önce yarışmanın hedefleri olarak gıda kaybı ve israfının azaltılması yönelik farkındalık çalışmaları ile vatandaşların bu konudaki bilgisinin arttırılması ve israfın önleyici davranışlarının benimsetilmesi ana hedeflerimizden. Bu arada tabii ki belediyelerin gıda ağının önlemi ve azaltımı, gıda ve organik atık yönetiminin iyileştirilmesi de hedeflerimizden. Neler bekliyoruz bu yarışmadan? Gıdanın Koru yarışmasının sonucunda gıda kaybı ve israfının azaltılmasını ve vatandaşlara konuyla ilgili farkındalık sağlanmasını bekliyoruz. Biraz önce diğer diğer ülkelerden katılımcı arkadaşların da belirttiği gibi bizim ülkemizde de gıda paylaşımı kültürel açıdan ön plandadır ve değişik vesilelerle bu her zaman gündemdedir. Mesela bir Ramazan ayı boyunca özellikle oruç tutulan dönemde insanlar ve halkımız birbirlerine gıda desteğinde bulunmaktadırlar. veya özellikle bu son dönemde pandemi döneminde dikkatimizi çekti. Dışarıya çıkamadığımız dönemlerde veya marketlerde istediğimizi bulamadığımız dönemlerde halkımız yine bu tür yardımları doğrudan kendileri de olsa veya belediyeler veya dernekler üzerinden de olsa yapıyorlar. Bu konuda zaten herhangi bir ilave bir desteğe veya düzenlemeye gerek olmadan yapıyorlar. Gıda bankacılığı baktığınız zaman bağış olarak alınan gıda yardımlarının ihtiyaç sahiplerine dağıtılması, sizler de biliyorsunuz. Gıda bankası kuran belediyelerimiz var ve hem kendi bütçesinden tedarik ettiği gıda malzemeleri hem de gerekirse sivil toplum kuruluşları üzerinden veya doğrudan kişiler üzerinden aldıkları yardımları hak sahiplerine ulaştırıyorlar. Burada önemli olan şu, belediyelerimiz illerinde kimin ihtiyacı olduğunu en iyi bilenlerdir. Devlet olarak merkezi teşkilatla birlikte. Dolayısıyla da bu tür sistemleri rahatlıkla kurabiliyorlar. Gıda Bankası'na kabul edilen gıdaların sağlığa uygun ve kaliteli olması da önemlidir. Son dönemde her ne kadar Avrupa Birliği'nde özellikle gıda emniyetiyle ilgili birçok mevzuat olsa da bu şekilde donation yapılan yani hibe edilen gıdaların da sağlığa uygun olması ve kaliteli olmasıyla ilgili özel mevzuatlar gerekliliği dikkati çekmektedir. Bu konuda zaten belediyelerimizde özel olarak hatta çoğu da kendi imkanlarıyla destek oldukları bazı kooperatifler üzerinden doğrudan üretilen veya hazırlanan gıdaları halkımıza sunmaktadırlar. Buraya bir örnek olarak verecek olursak birçok belediyemizde var aslında. Böyle sosyal marketler kurulur. Ümraniye Belediyesi var mesela İstanbul'da, Beyoğlu Belediyesi var. Birçok belediyemizin bu tür marketleri var. İhtiyaç sahibi kişilere daha iyi bir yaşam standardı sunmayı hedefleyen böyle bir sistem sosyal devlet ilkesinin de yerel düzeyde bir karşılığı olarak görülüyor. Nitekim bağışlanan ürünler ile satış zincirinde son kullanım tarihleri yaklaşmış ürünler, özellikle marketlerden tedarik edilen ürünler, aynı şekilde gıda israfını önleyecek şekilde bu şekilde değerlendiriliyor. Bazı durumlarda bunlar ücretsiz, bazı durumlarda cüzi bir miktarda ücretle dağıtılabiliyor. Evsel atıkların elektriği, yani gıda israfına da gelecek olursak aslında gıdalar bir şekilde hani çöplerimizde yerlerini alıyor. Daha çok da bu büyük lokanta ve otellerde oluyor. Belediyelerimiz de bu tür atıkları toplayan yerel yönetimler olduğu için de evsel atıkların ayrıştırılarak özellikle elektrik üretimine katkı sağlaması için tesisler kurarlar. Dünya ölçeğinde yapılan araştırmalar neticesinde toplanan katı atıkların %44'ü gıda ve bitki kökenli olduğu görülmüştür. Bunun bilinci olan belediyelerimiz de bu tür çalışmaları devam ettirmektedirler. Örnek olarak verecek olursak yine burada Gaziantep Büyükşehir Belediye'mizin evsel atıklardan elektrik üretmek üzere kurduğu biyolojik atık tesisinden ürettiği elektriğin kent içi raylı ulaşım sisteminde kullandığını söyleyebiliriz. Aynı şekilde Ordu Büyükşehir Belediyesi, Elazığ Belediyesi de yani illerimizde konutlara doğrudan elektrik imkanı sunmaktadırlar. Tarımsal ürünlerin profesyonel olarak depolanması da yine belediyelerimizin uhdesindedir. Aslında baktığınız zaman gıda zincirinde özellikle hayvansal ve bitkisel gıdalarda belediyelerimizin rolü çok önemli. Bunların topluca markete sunulduğu yerler, haller yani ve depolanmasıyla ilgili mevzuatı da uygulamaya yönelik faaliyetleri vardır. Burada dikkatimizi çeken lisanslı depolar, belediyelerimiz tarafından yönetilen depolardır. Lisanslı depo hizmeti sunan belediyeler küçük üreticinin yetiştirdiği gıda ürünlerini profesyonel ortamlarda depolarlar ve bunların bozulmalarını son kullanıcıya, vatandaşa ulaşmadan önce saklanmasında destek olurlar. Dolayısıyla da tarladan sofraya gelene kadar saklama ve taşıma nedeniyle ortaya çıkabilecek gıda kayıplarının en aza indirilmesi yönünde çaba sarf etmektedirler. Meyve sebzelerin kurutularak ömrünün uzatılması hepimizin bildiği gibi önemli bir gıda israfını önleyici bir çalışmadır. Yerel üreticilerde bu tür uygulamalar belediyelerimizce teşvik edilmektedir. Ben sürekli belediyelerimiz diyorum ama bu tür çalışmaların hepsini biraz önce söylediğim gibi Tarım Bakanlığımızın ilgili taşra teşkilatıyla koordineli olarak yürütülmektedir bu çalışmalar. Ama uygulamada daha çok belediyelerimizi görüyoruz. Bu tür kurutulan sebzeler, meyvelerde daha çok ürünü kaybetme riski daha yüksek olan hassas ürünlerde üreticilere destekler sunulmaktadır. Kurutulan, paketlenen gıdaların saklama ömrü artmaktadır. Bildiğiniz gibi gıda kaybının önüne geçilmektedir bu vesileyle. Yine atık yemekler hepimizin bildiği gibi en büyük sorun. Bu atık yemekler çöp sistemine girmeden önce belediyelerde, hastane, büyük kurumlarda, fabrikalardan toplanan, özel ayrı yöntemlerle toplanan yemek atıklarının işlemden geçilerek sokak hayvanları için veya şehrimizi birlikte paylaştığımız diğer hayvanlar için önceden hazırlanmış, konserve edilmiş gıdalar haline getirilmektedir. Bu da belediyelerimizin yaptığı uygulamalardan önemlilerinden birisidir. Nitekim bunları üretim esnasında da kedilerimize, köpeklerimize sunmaktayız. Ben kısa tutmaya çalıştım sunumumu. Belediyelerimizin yerelde halka en yakın hizmet veren kuruluşlar olarak bu gıdanı korunmak ve israfı önlemeye yönelik çalışmalara her zaman destek veriyoruz. Zaten FAO ile de ortak çalışmalarımız ileride olacak. Tarım Bakanlığı ile de birlikte sürdürüyoruz. Özellikle hizmet binalarında, halka açık mekanlarında, başta pazar yerleri olmak üzere restoran, marketler, kamusal alanlarda yani vatandaşlara yönelik farkındalık çalışmalarını yapmaya hem ülke ekonomisine hem de dünya genelinde gıda kaybının önlenmesine önemli katkılar sunmaya devam edeceğiz. Teşekkür ediyorum beni dinlediğiniz için. Sorular olursa tekrar birlikte olacağız.
Thank you very much, Mr. Özum. These innovative solutions to tackle food loss and waste at the local level are truly inspiring, and we're very happy and glad for your collaboration with FAO. Now I would like to welcome our last speaker in this session, Christoph Dierksens, Global Public Affairs Manager at Too Good To Go. Being the world's largest business-to-consumers marketplace for surplus food, Too Good To Go also works with fellow industry partners, experts, and local governments to improve date labeling for food products. I invite Mr. Dierksens to talk about the impact of such collaboration.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting Too Good To Go on this session. I will share my screen so that I can upload the presentation. Do you see my screen at the moment?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. So hi everyone, and thanks for having us. I will start with a brief introduction about Too Good To Go and what we do, and then I will explain indeed how we partner with producers, manufacturers, and retailers in the food chain to empower and inspire consumers on the issue of food waste, and more specifically to tackle food waste linked to misinterpretation and misunderstanding of date labels, so expiration dates on products. So Too Good To Go is a social impact company whose mission is to empower and inspire everybody to fight food waste together. And when we say empower and inspire, we mean that on the one hand, we really want to give people a very easy to use and practical tool to fight food waste on a day-to-day basis. So really, empowering consumers to fight food waste. And when we say inspire, we mean that, we want to tell a story. We want to tell the story of food waste, why it's such a big issue, why it's such a big problem, the implications that food waste has on the environment, but also the social implications and the economic consequences. So, to really build that story around food waste, we want to create this movement against food waste. And really raise awareness with consumers, with businesses, with policymakers, but also in schools to educate the next generation on the importance of this issue. So let me start briefly with what I mean when I say empower and give people a tool, an easy tool to tackle food waste on a daily basis. We've created an app, a smartphone app, that shows which stores in your neighborhood, in your area, have surplus food at the end of the day. That can be from supermarkets, it can be from restaurants, from bakeries, from hotels, from gas stations, you name it, any food business basically in your surroundings. And the idea is that the application will connect you to the stores that have surplus food, and you can order a magic bag of surplus food from the store that you want and pick it up at the end of the day. The solution there that we wanted to create is something very simple, something very accessible to everybody with a smartphone. And the idea being that you pick up a bag of surplus food at reduced price, so that you allow that store to still, be able to sell it at cost instead of having to throw it away. So it's very easy. That's how it works. That's how the interface looks on the left. You scroll through the stores that have surplus food, and you order a magic bag on the app. On the middle screen, you see what the interface looks like at the moment that you make the reservation, and then you confirm the reservation that you make, and you pick up your magic bag of delicious surplus foods to avoid that it goes to waste. This is an example of some of the partners that we work with. As I said earlier, we work with restaurants, bakeries, hotels, but also wholesale canteens, producers, supermarkets, so all across the food supply chain, and increasingly with very different types of stakeholders across the food chain. We've become the world's largest B2C marketplace for surplus food. We launched in Denmark 5 years ago, and 5 years later we are spread a bit further across Europe. We're present in 16 countries in Europe, and we opened also in North America, in the United States last year, and in Canada this year, a couple of months ago. And we're very proud to say that we've saved almost 100 million meals, 100 million magic bags of surplus food, with all the more than 100,000 partner stores that we work with in all those countries. The users we track as well, because we want to be able to share that story of food waste and that inspirational story of food waste with all the users that are using Too Good To Go. So today is the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste from the FAO. We're putting out a big campaign across the countries where we are present to really underline the link between food waste and climate change, right? So according to a research project called Project Drawdown, reducing food waste is actually the #1 solution to fight against climate change. #1 solution in terms of impact and easiness to implement. What these guys did is analyze about 90 renewable or solutions against climate change, and fighting food waste came on top as the #1 solution to fight climate change. So that's a message that at the occasion of the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste today, we want to bring across. The campaign is very visible in some European countries, but in the US as well. So maybe hopefully you'll pick up a bit of visibility from that today. But it's the message that we wanted to bring to people today. I'll show you a very quick video on that. That's it. So I talked earlier about empowering and inspiring everybody to fight food waste together, right? So that empowering part is very much what we try to do by giving people that tool, that application to save surplus, rescue surplus food from stores that have surplus food. And with that inspiring, it's about telling the story of food waste, because one of the problems, global problems of food waste, is that it's there's still a lack of perception of it being a problem, right? There is a lack of realization of the gravity of the consequences of food waste across the world. So that's what we want to do with this storytelling and this consumer level awareness raising, changing of business practices as well. So we drive and we set up campaigns with different types of stakeholders to really bring that message across and to really tell that story. And this campaign that we have in partnership with businesses, with manufacturers, with retailers, food businesses, is a perfect example of that. It's what I said, we built this movement against food waste to inspire different groups of people on the importance of this issue, whether it's policymaker, businesses, households, schools. We try to include everybody across the food supply chain to really find a newfound respect for food. So this very specific campaign on date labels starts from a problem, right? It's the problem that, at least in the countries where we operate as to go, the problem of misunderstanding, unclear, and misinterpretation of the date labels. Whether you're looking at production level, consumer level, or the retail level, there are problems with dates. And it's really those problems that we want to tackle with this campaign to ensure that the food waste levels linked to date labels are reduced. Studies from the European Commission show that 10% of all food waste in the EU, at least, is linked to date labels. People don't know what best before date means. People don't know what a use by date means. They don't differentiate between the two types of dates. They don't know that a use by date is a reflection of product safety, and that a best before date is a reflection of optimal product quality, but that best before products can perfectly safely be consumed after the date has expired, as long as those products have been stored properly. So that is a message that we want to get across to consumers, to avoid that they just throw away best before products which are perfectly safe to eat after the date, to avoid that they throw them away on the moment that the expiry date, the best before date, arrives. So we encourage consumers to trust their senses, to go back to look, smell, taste best before products before making the decision to throw them away. We also seek to inspire businesses to really change the practices that they have, first of all, in the way that they communicate to consumers, but also in the way that they represent or show these dates on the products, and in the relationships that they have between producers and retailers to extend the shelf life of those products as much as possible. So this is the problem that we wanted to tackle with this campaign, right? And we've got three approaches in this campaign. One is focused on consumers to impact the misunderstanding that there is on the difference between those two dates. One is focused on businesses, and we want to influence the practices that go on in retailers, for example. I'll show you a bit of some of the examples of that in the next couple of slides. And the third approach that we're taking with this campaign is really advocating changes through legislation. In Europe specifically, there will be a legislative reform of how these dates are brought forward next year. And that's something where we want to play a role through this campaign to make sure that, again, food waste levels linked to date labels are reduced. So when we say that we want to impact consumers, first of all, how do we do that? I said it before, we want to bring back the knowledge of the fact that best before products are safe after the date has expired if they have been stored properly, and that people should trust their senses, right? So we're working with producers to add a label on their products to raise awareness on that issue. Add the label that a best before product is not necessarily bad after the date has passed. Add the information to ask consumers to look, smell, taste these best before products, and really drive awareness with consumers that way. So you see it here theoretically what these labels look like on products. In practice, it looks like this. These are real life examples of products that are on shelves at the moment in supermarkets, with many different large and small brands in several European countries. Maybe you recognize some of these brands, maybe you don't. But this is how we go about bringing this issue to the consumer, is to getting that commitment from producers. When I say producers, I mean manufacturers, of course. Get that commitment from manufacturers to make that change on their products and bring that message to the consumer to highlight that best before products lead to a lot of food waste at the moment, and that they are not the same as used by products. So these are some pack examples. These are some more pack examples. You see different languages. Some of here are in French, some in Spanish, some in English, some in what did I say? Spanish, some in German at the bottom right as well. So it's a campaign that is at the moment operational in 11 countries in Europe. It's actually launching today in Belgium and Poland. So that's country 10 and 11 for the campaign, and there are about 600 brands across Europe participating in this campaign. So we really try to have an impact with consumers that way. When we try to impact businesses, I'll give you small examples as well. We create anti-food waste shelves in supermarkets, as you see on the left, for example. Those are shelves in supermarkets dedicated to anti-food waste, where retailers store products that are nearing or have passed their best before date, to incentivize consumers to actually get the narrative for this campaign, understand that these products are still okay to buy, and really create more awareness and really change the practices of businesses that way. The photo on the right is a panel where we worked with Danone. Danone agreed to change the dates on a lot of their yogurt products, where they displayed use by dates, where actually these products were perfectly fine to consume after the expiration date. And so they changed entire product lines from use by dates to best before dates. And so this is just a photo of the press conference and the discussion that was brought forward to explain this change to consumers. Skip over this one for lack of time. So this is just a visualization of the countries where the campaign is now live. As I said, it launched in Belgium and Poland today. And this is an example of some of the quick overview of some of the partner brands that we work with. Obviously, we've stopped listing them because we have about 600 brands in this campaign now. In the beginning, we put the nice logos to have a graphical overview, but today there are too many. I will just close by saying that what's important for us as well is to analyze the impact of this campaign. It's great to try to change consumer behavior, change business practices, reduce food waste linked to unclear and misunderstood date labels. But we want to know that what we do has an impact as well, right? So we had done some preliminary studies in Switzerland and in the UK before, just to analyze what would be theoretically the impact of making such changes on products. But we will do actually a full-scale impact assessment over the months to come in all the countries where this campaign has launched. That'll take quite significant amount of time in 2022 to see what has changed, who has changed their behavior, and to see why have these changes occur, and has this really had an impact on food waste levels. So it's too early to tell you about that now because it hasn't started yet, but we very much look forward to the results and to hopefully be able to tell a story of impacts on consumer behavior and on associated food waste levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Many creative solutions there to reduce food loss and waste. Food labeling, creating special shelves in the supermarkets, redistributing surplus food through a mobile application to avoid that it goes to waste. And thank you for highlighting the problem of climate change and how food loss waste reduction addresses the issue. It's a very important message indeed. And you have certainly empowered and inspired our listeners, and we're looking forward to having you back at some of our future conferences to tell us about the results and the findings of your studies. So thank you very much. Yes, thank you. So for our next session dedicated to the role of research and development and innovation in food loss and waste prevention and reduction, let me please introduce Ayşe Sabutca, co-founder of Impact Hub Istanbul. As part of the global network, Impact Hub in Istanbul connects entrepreneurs and innovators with each other, as well as with large organizations, investors, and the public sector to foster sustainable innovation at scale. Ayşe will explore how innovative ideas and technological solutions can help us tackle the issue of food loss and waste, setting the scene for our next group of speakers, each presenting novel tools designed to prevent and reduce food loss and waste at different stages of the food value chain. Ayşe, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Let me quickly share my screen. I believe everybody can see my screen at the moment. Hi again. It is my pleasure to be the introductory speaker of a panel with star speakers from very inspiring organizations. In our session titled The Role of Research and Development and Innovation in Food Loss and Reduction, I would like to set the tone from a slightly higher level, as many of us know and realize, not just through the issue of food loss and waste, but many others, many of the macro issues we're currently facing around the world have reached a stage that looks like this ugly knot. These have become issues that require a systemic level of thinking and also different methodologies, ways of working in order to make significant progress towards the solutions. The next slide shows what type of a mindset and direction we need to be in if we are interested in leading a disruption in the way we approach our issues. It is from a project that I'm really fond of called Project Breakthrough, where it shows that only with pursuing exponential change and increased commitment through various different ways, we can reach breakthrough levels of progress. But so how do we get there? That's one of the most important questions. I would like to lay out 4 important areas and methodologies that we need to pay attention more. We need to first make space for more disruptive innovation and technologies. It is important to keep in our minds open towards opportunities that are being developed in terms of new technologies. The second is, which is we need to incorporate, is new types of business models in making these technologies and innovations work. It is important that we change the way we look at our business models, that the way we find solutions and the way we make our businesses sustainable. These are all interconnected. And third is, if these technologies, coupled with the right business models, are ought to work, and are ought to scale for larger impact, forming unlikely partnerships is crucial, which was the topic of our previous session, actually. And finally, behavioral change. I added this as the last on purpose because although it is an essential part in creating exponential change, it becomes the responsibility of all of us, individuals, not just organizations. So the Save Your Food campaign in Turkey has served a pivotal role in creating behavior change towards food loss and waste since it has been introduced. And I'm excited to see how its effects will influence these other three areas that I mentioned earlier. But just coming back to the first three, it is when we make these three work together that we can make progress towards issues such as food loss and waste reduction. So although the title of this session is R&D and innovation, I believe that it is important to highlight and pay attention to the business models and the partnerships some of our speakers have formed since they were founded. When we talk about partnerships and organizations that we as Impact Hub Istanbul and our agri-food platform Foodback has been partnering up with since 2017, EIT Food, explains the dynamics of forming partnerships really well in this diagram that I'm just showing you. In forming valuable and impact-making projects and initiatives, it is essential for research, business, and entrepreneurs to come together and collaborate. And this graph also gives an important message because it has put entrepreneurs at the center of the diagram, which signals that the work of entrepreneurs are essential to making R&D initiatives work and also disrupting the works of business actors as well in a positive way, of course. This also shows where we as an organization come in as well. We as Impact Hub Istanbul and also as our agri-food platform Foodback, what we do as Impact Hub is we are one of the world's largest networks focused on building entrepreneurial communities with an aim to create impact via tangible solutions to the world's most pressing issues. So what we do is we basically bring together various different actors, which mainly includes entrepreneurs, as it's mentioned in our mission statement, and we try to make these innovations go to a more impactful level and scale. And through with this mission, what we try to implement is various different projects and various different activities so that we can support the work of entrepreneurs. We do this through various different projects with the support of our donors. And one of these projects that came across was in 2017 called Foodback, which is a collaboration and innovation platform that supports disruptive agri-food innovations. And food loss and waste has become a big focus of ours for the past 2 years, especially within Foodback as well. But what Foodback basically does is we have seen the needs of entrepreneurs, which, as you can see on the left side, collaboration is a big one. Basically, what I mentioned earlier is forming unlikely partnerships, but also access to finance and also forming the right networks and mentoring. And then what we saw when we were forming, again, Foodback was companies are in need of fast innovation, access to new ideas and technologies, and also collaboration. So basically, we have brought together the two needs of stakeholders from two sides, and we have formed Foodback so that we can create this matchmaking platform where we can bring the needs of both sides together and actually create the systemic change that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Here you can see some of our activities that we work throughout the year. We have basically 3 different ways we implement in order to foster innovation and R&D through entrepreneurship. And the main part that we support the works of entrepreneurs from much earlier stage, from where the entrepreneur is at idea stage and where the entrepreneur is growing their initiative, is through entrepreneurship capacity development programs. And these we run on a regular basis in various different issues in our Impact Hub network. But Within Foodback, we solely focus on agri-food related issues within Turkey. And we do this, we implement these through the support of our donors. And with a lot of our activities that you see here are actually agri-food ecosystem from an entrepreneur's perspective has grown a lot. And you'll see a quick sectoral look in Turkey in this quick slide. But as you can see, we didn't put the idea stage ones, the startups here that much. These are mostly the developed ones, but you can see there's a lot of enterprises, especially on the bottom right-hand side, with regards to surplus and waste management. And there are a lot of organizations that are working on this issue, but we don't find this slide to be as robust as it needs to be in order, like I mentioned earlier in my presentation, for our issues to be resolved by especially 2030. So what we're trying to do is grow the number of organizations in this slide with some of our activities throughout the year. I would like to obviously provide some examples. So I would like to give the word to some of our speakers, which we have four right after me. And I know some of them pretty closely, and the other ones I'm excited to hear what they have to talk about. So basically the organizations coming up after me is, the first one is Nanomic, who they develop and produce microencapsulated biopesticides for food and agricultural products that protects them against food spoilage without changing their quality. And the second organization is Whole Surplus, who was established with the vision of investing in the development of food banking system and technological solutions to food waste with sustainable financial model. And Whole Surplus also helps its stakeholders to profit from their social work as well. And our third organization, Sunum of Sabancı University, is a world-class nanotechnology research and application center housing high-caliber researchers and infrastructure for multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary nanotechnology R&D studies, offering global nanotechnological solutions to societal challenges, creating socioeconomic added value through commercialization of research results. And finally, LeanPath is on a mission to make food waste prevention and measurement of everyday practice in the world's kitchens. They invented an automated food wasting tracking technology in 2004, and they provide a complete food waste prevention solution, including data collection tools, cloud-based analytics, and expert coaching. I would like to thank you for listening to me, and hopefully you enjoyed some of our next speakers coming up.
Thank you, Ayşe. This is truly inspiring. And since you've already done my part of the job for me, I will just introduce our next speaker, Buse Berber Orcan, co-founder and CEO of Nanomic. Please, if the floor is yours.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm sharing my screen fastly. Okay, I think you can see now. Herkese merhabalar. Ben Nanomic'in kurucu ortağı ve CEO'su Buse Berber Orcan. Nanomic olarak biz gıda ve tarım ürünlerinin raf ömrünü arttıran doğal koruyucular geliştiriyoruz. Bilindiği gibi aslında gıda israfı dünyanın en önemli problemlerinden bir tanesi ve bugün ürettiğimiz ürünlerin 1/3'ini, yani totalde yaklaşık 1,3 milyon tonunu israf ediyoruz. Ve bu israfı aslında tek bir aşamada gerçekleştirmiyoruz. Dalından koparıp son tüketiciye ulaştırana kadar gıdaların geçtiği farklı aşamalarda aslında farklı oranlarda israflar oluşuyor. FAO'nun verilerine göre ülkemizin de içerisinde bulunduğu grupta özellikle hasat öncesi kısımda %17'lik bir israf söz konusu. Daha sonra hasat sonrası depolama aşamasında bu israf oranı %10. Paketleme tesislerinde %20, dağıtım kanallarında %15 ve en son kullanıcı kısmında da %12 olarak adreslenmiş. Görüldüğü gibi aslında en yüksek oranlar burada hasat öncesi ve paketleme tesislerindeki oranlar olarak adreslenebilir. Özellikle bu iki alanda oluşan kayıplara baktığımız zaman aslında asıl etmen zararlı tarım zararları ve patojenleri ve yine gıda tedarik zincirinde oluşturdukları hasara baktığımız zaman bu oranın 300 milyar dolar olarak belirtildiğini görüyoruz. Günümüzde aslında bu kayıpların oluşmasını engellemek ve daha yüksek verimle üretim sağlayabilmek için sentetik pestisitler kullanılıyor çok uzun zamandır. Ancak özellikle son zamanlarda biz pestisitleri aslında zararlı etkilerinden dolayı sık sık duyuyoruz. Her yıl yaklaşık 25 milyon çiftçinin bu tip zararlı pestisitler yüzünden zehirlenmesi, arı popülasyonları gibi sağlığa yararlı, çevreye yararlı pek çok organizmanın yok olması aslında pestisitlerin en bilinen etkilerinden, yan etkilerinden diyebiliriz. Ama bunun yanında daha tehlikeli bir olayla karşı karşıyayız aslında. Aynı antibiyotiklerdeki direnç problemi gibi şu anda pestisitlere karşı da tarım zararları direnç geliştirmeye başladı. Bu da aslında kabaca şu demek, yakın zamanda aynı sağlıkta olduğu gibi tarımda da pandemiler görebiliriz ki Ekvator bölgesinde benzer olaylar yavaş yavaş duyulmaya başlandı. Ve tüm bu olumsuzluklar aslında göz önünde bulundurulduğu zaman da Avrupa Birliği 2030 yılına kadar kullanılan tüm sentetik pestisitleri %50 oranında azaltmaya yönelik bir hedef koydu. Şimdiye kadar pestisit kullanarak aslında gıda israfını bir nebze de olsa dengeleyebiliyorduk. Peki bundan sonraki gelecekte neler yapılmalı? Biraz ondan bahsetmek istiyorum. Biz aslında nanomik olarak bu probleme, bu soruya cevap bulabilmek için ilk önce bitkilerin kendilerini savunma mekanizmalarını anlamaya yoğunlaştık. Ve bu çalışma içerisinde gördük ki bazı bitkiler gerçekten hem kendilerini hem de yakın çevrelerini koruyabilmek için özel moleküller üretiyorlar. Ve bu özel moleküller sadece kendilerini değil, yakın çevrelerini de doğal bir kalkanla koruma altına alıyor ve bu patojenlere karşı doğal bir bağışıklık oluşturuyor. Ancak salgılanan bu moleküllerin ticarileşmesinin önünde çok önemli bir engel var. O da bu moleküllerin oldukça hassas olması. Sıcaklık, güneş ışığı, oksidasyon gibi pek çok etmenden etkilenerek kısa zaman içerisinde degrade oluyorlar. Bu da onların aslında sadece birkaç saat için etki gösterebilmelerine sebep oluyor. Nanomik olarak bizim asıl yaptığımız şey ise aslında bu bitkilerin çok uzun yıllardır kendilerini korumak için kullandıkları molekülleri alıp sentetik pestisitler kadar dayanıklı hale getirmek. Biz bu molekülleri alıp küçük kürecikler içerisine hapsederek sadece ihtiyaç anında salınmalarını sağlayan bir teknoloji geliştirdik. Ve geliştirdiğimiz teknolojiyle gıda tedarik zincirinin tek bir aşamasında değil, tarladan sofraya kadar farklı aşamalarda koruma sağlamayı hedefledik. Şu anda da pazarda 4 farklı aşama için geliştirilmiş, satışa sunulmuş ürünlerimiz var. Bu ürünlerden kısaca bahsetmek gerekirse ilk ürünümüz Mikox. Mikox hasat öncesinde özellikle üzüm, domates, çilek gibi hastalıklara karşı oldukça duyarlı olan ürün gruplarında kullanılan bir ürün. Saha partnerlerini Bayer'le birlikte yaptığımız bu ürün grubunda sahada yaklaşık %90'ın üzerinde bir başarı elde ettik. Bunun yanında aslında uygulamada çiftçiye kolaylık sağlarken kendi alışkanlıklarını da değiştirmemesini sağlamaya çalışıyoruz. O sebeple de geleneksel pestisitlerle aynı şekilde uygulanmasını sağladık. Ve bunun yanında aslında en önemlisi sentetik pestisitlerin meyve kalitesini bizim ürünlerimize göre daha kötü etkilediği ortaya çıktı. Ve baktığımız zaman normalde resimlerde görüldüğü gibi sentetik fungusitlerle uygulanan ürünler kalite bakımından daha düşükken Mikox'la hasat öncesinde muamele edilmiş ürünlerin kaliteleri çok daha yüksek elde ediliyor. Bu özellikle çilek gibi hassas ürünlerde de yaklaşık bir haftalık raf ömrü artışıyla bize geri dönüş oluyor. Bir diğer ürün grubumuzsa BioExtend. BioExtend de yine hastalıklara karşı özellikle depo aşamasında problem yaşanan üzüm, narenciye, kiraz, şeftali gibi ürünlerde kullanılan bir ürün. Bu ürün de yine aynı şekilde depo hastalıklarına karşı %90'ın üzerinde bir inhibe edici güce sahip. Yine bu ürün de kullanılırken aslında proses firmalarının alışık olduğu yöntemlerle uygulanıyor. Proseste kullanılan yıkama sularının içerisine eklendiği zaman hızlı bir şekilde bu kapsüller meyve sebzelerin üzerine açılarak zararlı mikroorganizmaları ve küflenmeye sebep olan türleri ortadan kaldırarak doğal bir koruma oluşturuyorlar. Bu ürünle de sentetik koruyucuların üzerine artı 5 gün raf ömrü sağlayabiliyoruz. Özellikle şeftali gibi yumuşak meyvelerde. Narenciye ürünlerinde bu raf ömrü artışı 1 ay ve yine bazı üzüm türlerinde 1-2 aya kadar çıkan raf ömrü artışları gözlemlenebiliyor. Peki bu raf ömrü artışı neye vesile oluyor? Aslında raf ömrü oldukça kısıtlı olan pek çok ürün farklı pazarlara açılamadığı için de iç piyasada ya değerinden çok daha düşük şekilde satılıyor veya israf oluyor. Raf ömrünü arttırdığımız her ürün içinde ekstradan yeni pazar payları oluşturmuş, yeni pazarlar oluşturmuş oluyoruz. Bu şekilde de müşterilerimize katkıda bulunuyoruz. Bir diğer ürünümüz de Bioflux. Bioflux özellikle ciddi şekilde hassas olan yeşil yapraklı ürünlerin raf ömrünü arttırmada kullanılan bir ürün. Aslında temizleme ürünü olarak geçer ve ev tipi ürünü, endüstriyel mutfak ürünü olmak üzere 2 farklı formda satışa sunuyoruz. Bu üründe günümüzde temizlik ajanı olarak kullanılan, bu yeşil yapraklı ürünlerde temizlik ajanı olarak kullanılan klore muadil olarak geliştirilmiş bir üründür ve klorun üzerine yaklaşık 8 günlük bir raf ömrü artışı sağlıyor. Üstelik bunu daha az su ve daha kısa zamanda yaptığımız için aslında sürdürülebilirliğe ekstradan katkıda bulunuyoruz. Nanomik olarak biz şimdiye kadar hem ürün geliştirme aşamasında hem de ürünlerimizin etkinliği aşamasında 150 bağımsız test yaptık. Bunları global ölçüde yapmaya da devam ediyoruz. Şu anda 30'un üzerinde B2B partnerliğimiz var ve bu partnerlerle beraber de yaklaşık 25 bin tonun üzerinde gıdayı koruyabildiğimiz için ayrı bir mutluluk içerisindeyiz. Global ve lokal platformlarda da 20'nin üzerinde ödülün sahibi olduk. Hep aslında Nanomik'in gıda israfını ve kayıplarının önüne geçmek için geliştirdiği teknolojinin avantajlarından bahsettim ama aslında Nanomik olarak şu anda dünyada pek çok etmeni etkileyen bir zararlı ürünün alternatifi olarak pazarda bulunuyoruz. Ve bu sebeple de iklim değişikliğine ve iklime önemli bir etkimiz var. Avrupa Birliği'ne bağlı Climate KIC platformunun yaptığı araştırmalara göre 100 hektarlık bir bağ alanında kimyasal koruyucular yerine nanomik ürünlerinin kullanılması yaklaşık 65 tonluk bir karbon emisyonunun da önüne geçiyor. Biz tüm bu çalışmaları aslında multidisipliner bir ekiple yapıyoruz ve bunu daha sürdürülebilir bir dünya için inovatif çözümler yaratabilmek, hızlı pazar entegrasyonu sağlayabilmek ve ürünlerimizi hızla yeni pazarlara açabilmek için sanayi ve endüstriden de farklı destekler, danışmanlık destekleri alarak devam ettiriyoruz. Hızla yükselen yeşil dönüşümün önemli oyuncularından birisi olabilmek için doğru zamanda, doğru takımda yer aldığımıza inanıyoruz. Ve işimizi birlikte büyütebilmek için sizlerin de bu dönüşüme bir parçası olmaya davet ediyoruz. Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.
Thank you, Orçan. So our next speaker will present a truly holistic surplus management system designed in line with the food use, not loss or waste hierarchy. So please welcome Karay Biçer, Head of Marketing at Whole Surplus, to learn more. And I would like to remind you, the speakers, to please keep to your allotted speaking time as we're already running very much over. Thank you. Over to you, Karay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria. I will try my best to be as quick as possible. So let me share my screen first. I hope that everyone can see the slides. So first of all, thank you very much for having us here. So Fazla Gıda is a social startup which is aiming to create value out of unsold inventories of the companies. So actually, the journey of the company has started way back in 2015 with the idea of creating a technology-based solution for the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. So the two co-founders, Arda and Olcay, as you can see here, have focused on 4 of these SDGs and with a special focus on 12.3, preventing food waste and food loss, and they tried to create a digital infrastructure to solve this problem. So Fazla Gıda's vision was to create a positive impact in 3 areas, which are economical, environmental, and social areas, while they provide food waste reduction solutions. So why are these 3 angles so important? Because food waste means a cost at the same time. For example, in Turkey, annual food waste is cost around $30 billion for our economy. On the other hand, we know that 8% of the total carbon emission is caused by the food wasted. And at the other end, so around 16 million people in Turkey are living, unfortunately, under hunger threshold. So if you just prevent the food waste, you are actually creating solution for all of these 3 angles. So what is the approach of the company is providing a holistic surplus management solution, which answers all the stages of the food recovery hierarchy. So as most of you already know, the hierarchy says that the most preferred stage is at the very top, which is source reduction. If you cannot reduce at the source, then you feed hungry people. If not, you feed animals. If not, you are using the food for industrial uses, composting. And the least preferred version is landfill. For Fazla Gıda, actually, we do not provide any solution for the landfill for the last stage, but we are having solutions for all of the other stages. So as mentioned at the very beginning, we are a technology-based company. So we are providing an AI-based and artificial intelligence-based technology platform, which is enabling our partners to manage their surplus very easily and with a full trust. So what does this technology do is actually the platform can identify and categorize the surplus food according to the condition of the food uploaded to the system. And then it manages all the recovery process options according to the food recovery hierarchy. At the same time, you can just track your food in a real time manner, and you can also get an analysis of the waste streams to improve, to reduce your surplus. So coming back to the food recovery hierarchy, I will be sharing our product portfolio now, which are answering different needs at the different stages. So as you can see, at the source reduction stage, we have 5 different solutions, which are data analytics, Sensa T, Sensa S. I will be explaining all of them, B2B marketplace, and a new application, which we call Fazla. The second stage is donation, where actually Fazla Gıda has kicked off everything like 4 years ago. And we are also providing solutions for feeding animals and composting and energy generation. So starting with the first one, actually we are working with a lot of partners, and while we are managing their surplus food, as you may guess, there is a data generated from this management. We can see which products are becoming surplus for a certain company and at which conditions these products are. So accordingly, we can provide them a data analytics, which includes both operational and financial data for our partners. And this will actually give the empowerment to our partners to drive their business with a less surplus food by doing some optimizations in their production or logistics, etc. So performance tracking and a real-time screening is available with this data analytics, and every partner of Fazla Gıda can utilize this data analytics to drive their business. So coming to one of our new products, it is called Sensa T. Actually, this is like having a smart scale, which can be positioned in HoReCa and retailers. And with this digital waste management system, you can easily, with no effort, track your waste, food waste generated in your kitchen or at your factory very easily. So all you need to do is just showing the waste to the screen and then throwing it to the garbage. It is weighted and then the data is stored at the backend. With this data, you can easily monitor what kind of food waste you are generating, and you can come up with easy solutions to decrease this food waste. So another IoT product is Sensa S. This is like a cold chain tracking system. So with Sensa S, this can be used by food manufacturers and also retailers. The temperature and humidity can be measured in a real-time manner. And if the temperature or humidity is increasing above the limit that you don't want to, an alarm notification is given at that time. So you can just, check, control, and take necessary actions to avoid any breakage in the cold chain. So all the information is logged and shared with the relevant people so that no food waste is generated because of the cold chain breakage here. Apart from that, another product is a B2B marketplace. We call it Market Fazla Gıda. This is actually for secondary sales. This is a clearance marketplace, as you can think of, for the products that maybe you have overproduced or you couldn't sell in the market. This is an alternative sales channel. You can create some extra additional financial income for your products with a secondary sales here. At the same time, of course, you are decreasing the food waste with your surplus products sales, which can be used in other kitchens at the same time. So we as Fazla Gıda are providing all the operations, delivery, and payment options in this platform. So the buyers and sellers can smoothly buy or sell their products in this market. So this is suitable for all food manufacturers, retailers, wholesalers, and again, hotels, restaurants, and catering companies. And another solution at the source reduction stage is our consumer application, Fazla. Fazla Gıda was actually providing B2B solutions, but Fazla application is the first B2C solution. So we have already heard about Too Good To Go. This is a similar model. Restaurants and cafes, etc., are just listing their surplus food here, and the consumers can buy this surplus food with a discount, which creates an extra financial income for the HoReCa partners, and also a price advantage for the consumers. They both together also prevent food waste. The food which was produced by the HoReCa channel and most probably would be going to the garbage is saved in this model. So feeding hungry people, the donation part is the part that we have started our journey with. So we are providing this solution for all of our partners, and we are also running partnerships with several municipalities here. So this part is like creating both environmental but also a social positive impact. That's why we love this solution very much. So we are working with over 80 food banks for donation, and the companies that are donating their food are getting a tax benefit and also a PR possibility for their companies in that way. And those in need are receiving donation with this module. But not all of the food is suitable for human consumption. If it is not, then a secondary solution can be here, is making this food an animal feed. So again, here we are working with 5 animal feed producers, and we are just providing a selling model for our partners. Their food can be bought to become animal feed here. And last but not least, we also have a biogas solution at the bottom of our of fazla gıdas hierarchy. Biogas production can be provided as well. So we are working with 3 different recycling centers here, and again our partners can sell their surplus food to become biogas. So very simply how it works, on the left hand side you see our product surplus owners, be a retailer, producer or distributor, and on the right hand side you see the receivers. They can be food banks, horeca, animal feed production plant, or a biogas facility. So simply the companies upload their surplus inventory product to our system, and the system, surplus management system, SMS we call it, decides with its artificial intelligence at which stage the uploaded surplus inventory is belonging to. Accordingly, we are just matching this surplus inventory, the products, with the right partner who offers the highest, the best value for the product. And also all the logistics and payment solutions are provided by Fazla Gıda to its partners. And as this is a digital infrastructure, all the legal documents are on the system. They can be tracked anytime and archived as well. So in this way, the players on the left-hand side can just make the best value out of their surplus inventory by sending their products to the players on the right-hand side.
All right, please try to wrap up. We're out of time.
I am, okay. So very quickly, our operations in Turkey includes around 30 cities with a lot of retailers, producers, horeca, and distributors, and also food banks, etc. And in the last 4 years, we have saved around 20k tons of food, which means that we have prevented 63k tons of carbon emission. And maybe one of the most important is we have provided 1.51 people in need food donation, which created a social impact. So till now, we have run over 50k transactions in our system, and we are looking forward to increase these numbers much more. So thank you very much for listening. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Koray. Thank you. Now let's hear what science has to say. Dr. Yusuf Mençeloğlu from Nanotechnology Research and Application Center at the Sabancı University is going to present us with impressive nano-engineering technology that is helping prevent food loss and waste. Please join us and let's hear Dr. Mençeloğlu.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And now is time really passed so much, and we are back in 1 hour late, and we are losing also the listener. And I will try to keep my talk short. I will do my best to make it. And I'm going to talk today about how to engineer the nanoscience and nanomaterials to prevent the food loss in post-harvesting and packaging. And I'm working at Sabancı University and also Sunum one of the research center at Sabancı University. I will start with actually what is nanoscience and nanoengineering. When you make the materials in nano size, means you show the very different properties. There's novel and significantly improved physical and chemical biological properties. Then instead of their mass properties, they do have quantum properties. They do show quantum properties. So to manipulate them, first generation or second generation of nanomaterials, to play them, to manipulate them, to engineer them, to use in different industry. That is our main research area at the Sabancı University. And we do apply those knowledge into the agriculture and food sector to prevent the loss as well as the waste. And when you're using those nano-sized materials, you obtain the nano-sized coatings and etc. And that gives you the less materials you use and more efficient and effective function you will get. And with that, I will give little information on that because many speakers have already mentioned that the fungal infestation or mold growth, there are some common reasons for food waste and food loss during the post-harvest. And at the same time, those type of microorganisms can cause the food sickness as well. That's why it needs to be controlled during the washing or during the serving of materials. And again, the nanomic, Bursan mentioned that the common post-harvesting treatment, they use unsustainable and excessive use of the chemicals, which is also it's unwanted due to their toxicity and other problem. And also the synthetic fungicides using in post-harvest process, they banned and also prohibited. So that's why new control methodologies and strategies they required. And with that, the new methodology, different than the nanomic technology, we do have permanent sanitation for post-harvest storage areas, and we try to reduce the microbial degradation of the products. Actually, this is the sponsored project, sponsored by TÜBİTAK and done with the Istanbul University, jointly done with Istanbul University. And I will little share the information about those, whatever we've done actually during this project. This is the simple chemicals, which has some cationic functionality, which shows the antimicrobial, wide spectrum of antimicrobial property. And this is the methoxysilane groups, which we utilize them a lot in nanosized to synthesizing the nanosized materials. They can apply, this is the water-based materials, we can apply them by using dipping, spraying, fogging, any type. At room temperature, they form the cross-link structures like this. And those cross-link structures in the cross-link material, they shows the durability, and this quaternary ammonium compounds, they act as a contact kill mechanism, and they are permanent, they broad spectrum, they can be effective against the fungi, bacteria, and yeast, and algae, and they are non-toxic actually. The chemicals are all made out of the bio-based materials, and it's non-toxic, water-based, and the most important thing is the no migration. When you apply them onto surface, they do not migrate onto the food or other stuff, and it's easy to apply, even it's effective on the air disinfection. When we talk about the post-harvesting process, and you need to look at the bundle solution, means you have to make each item on the antimicrobial, from the personal hygiene to field hygiene or air quality. So that chemicals can be applied on those surfaces and without having any migration to the environment. So they fixed on the surface and they will prevent the material or the microorganism cannot proliferate there. So our objective in this project to reduce the microorganisms that pose the risk on the food, and also the contribute to responsible consumption, because you will use less chemicals, you will apply once and will last longer, like a year or so. And there's not much, there will be lower maintenance cost in the production as well. And these are some results. We done this test or this validation of this product in cherry producer, and as you all know that the cherries, they carry a lot of fungi coming from the field, and back in time they were using some antifungal agents during the washing liquid, and then at the end all those antifungal agents was staying on the crude and they are banned. So this, when you coat with the washing line and all the water piping and etc. with this antimonic material, they were reducing the load on the cherries. Actually, when you make the comparative studies with the antimonic coated surface with the non-coated surface, we already reduced 98% of the fungal load on the wash water. And the same thing that we also tested all cherries with the regular process. You can reduce down about 50%, but in the antimonic process, we can reduce down 99% on the fungi on the cherries. And also they done this residual analysis test on the cherries, and there's no residue. It means that the chemical sticks on the surface and they will stay there, but at the same time they reduce the microbial load on the system. And that is also used in the air, sanitization on the air channels and also the filters and everything. And that reduced also the fungal load is about 95%. In that storage area, they kept the efficiency, since we also coat the surface with the wall surface and everywhere, then the microorganism could not find any place to proliferate. So that is the indirect protection, but it is very effective protection on the system. And the same chemicals we applied for the storage test, like a tomato, we applied that materials onto the corrugated box, and we stored the tomato at 11 degrees on 20 days, and test been done in the Uludağ University Phytopathology lab. And it turned out to be also dose dependent of those chemicals and the coating. And then you see that the non-coated boxes, that the tomatoes already get rancid, and some water also disrupt the packaging material. You can see in the picture. Then you have high dose, and that tomato is touching on the surface and non-touching surface. They are still very good, and they increase the shelf life of the tomatoes about 20 days. And these are the microbial studies there. And when we look at all tomatoes, they have some microorganism on it. And when they store them in the control, they still the microorganism a lot. And dose B is about the reduction of that microorganism about 60%. And also for the getting the rotted tomato, they prevent the 88% when it touched on the surface. Of course, by using the same chemicals with the separating papers, you can cover the 90%, 99%. The other research area, actually, we do a lot, very similar to maybe the nanomics technology. We use the natural nanotubes, incorporate them into the packaging materials. And with those nanotubes, we can introduce many different functionality in the packaging materials. And in the food packaging, actually, functional food packaging, we need to have antimicrobial for the food, the meat food, or some carbon dioxide emitters for fish and chicken food, or some antioxidant, oxygen scavenger or ethylene scavenger you need those functionality to improve the, to increase the shelf life of the product. But it is not easy to all these chemicals incorporate into the polymeric film, packaging film. But the way to incorporate them into the packaging film, we use the HNT nanotubes. Those are natural nanotubes, and it's about 100 nanometers in diameter and 500 nanometers in length. So those are the nanotubes with the high length and diameter ratio. This is important for the plastic production, plastic film production, because when you have this nano-sized materials, you increase the mechanical strength of the plastic materials or plastic film, means you can make the low gauging or very thin film for the packaging. And HNTs, they have very low density and low density of hydroxyl group, so they're compatible with the polymer is good, and they are good reinforcing agent. By using these nanotubes, we can incorporate them some antimicrobial agent. This could be natural or synthetic one. Those are inherently absorbent. They can capture the ethylene and carbon dioxide. They show anti-static. They show barrier properties. Even you can put some phase-changing materials inside. We are doing those research as well, and make the some frozen foods. They can carry much longer time, and they give the mechanical strength. Couple of different examples I will show here. We just make when we make the packaging with the banana, just in first day you see the on upper row, and then after 88 days banana gets rancid. And when you have packed with this HNT coated, HNT containing plastic film, you see that the banana still are very fresh. When we pack the tomato and we check the tomato firmness, initial firmness of the mechanical strength of the tomato is about 20 kilogram per cubic centimeter. But if it's not protected, in 10 days, they drop down 75%. And
Dr. Minchelotto, I hate to interrupt, but we're over time. Can we come to?
Okay, I'm just getting on. So just these are the good example for increasing the shelf life of the materials. This is the example of the strawberries. Strawberry, they lose the water, even they have the barrier properties on the film. So that is the simple. I'm trying to convince you that the nanotechnology can help you a lot by using less chemicals and the very high functionality. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I'd be happy to answer. Here's my email address. You can reach to me by email as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Minchelotto. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. So now we're going to close this session with a presentation from Steve Finn, Vice President of Food Waste Prevention at LeanPath. It's a comprehensive food waste reduction platform for food service operators addressing waste at the kitchens and on our plates. This topic is especially timely now that the hospitality sector is getting back on its feet. Please let me welcome Mr. Finn.
Thank you, Victoria. Glad to be here, and I think you will call up my slides and advance them.
Yes. There we go.
Super. Great. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Steve Finn here from LeanPath. As Victoria said, we specialize in measurement-focused technology solutions to prevent food waste in the food service sector. We're really pleased to be here on this great panel today on this really important day, the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste. You know, such an important day, such an important time for humanity as we seek to drive transformational change in the global food system. At LeanPath, we believe it's really important to talk about prevention of food waste or source reduction, because prevention is the point of maximum impact on that food recovery hierarchy that you saw earlier. And by preventing the occurrence of food waste in the first place, we avoid all those financial and social and environmental impacts associated with the production and distribution of food that would otherwise go to waste. And we free up resources to root cause solutions like hunger. Next slide, please.
I apologize, colleagues are working on it.
Great. So I think you're one. Okay, good. So let's get more granular. We'll talk about why food waste prevention is so important in the food service sector where we operate. You know, think scale and impact. These are really big operations that collectively serve hundreds of millions of meals around the globe daily. So they have large volume, they have deep supply chains. So, you know, in terms of financial cost first, in food service operations, food waste can total between 4 and 10% of food purchases. So if your annual food spend is 1 million euro, your operation can be losing between 40,000 and 100,000 euro each year, right? And of course, you're contributing to extensive environmental and social costs along the way. Next slide, please. So further, food service operations face a number of challenges, especially in this pandemic area, many of which seem out of their control. Food costs are rising sharply, as are labor costs. It's very hard to get labor in this environment. And the pandemic has led to many new operating formats and requirements that increase costs as well. COVID disruptions have further challenged operators as they lack the historic data to guide production levels in this environment too. So, and beyond all of these environments, we know that consumers increasingly expect food service operators to act responsibly to reduce their food waste. Next slide, please. But the really good news for food service operations around the world is that they can take control of their food waste. With a focus on tracking and measurement and behavior change, LeanPath helps food service organizations to cut costs, to save 2 to 8% on food purchases, to save labor, no longer preparing all that food that would otherwise go to waste, and saving utilities costs as well. We also help them engage their staff to help retain and recruit workers who want to be a part of an organization with purpose and to be more resilient with data analytics to guide the efficiency of operations. Next slide, please. Great. So early on in our development, we came to a key realization that food waste was the elephant in the kitchen. So very large, but often unseen, right, and not discussed. So in many cases, excessive waste has been tolerated due to a culture of abundance around food. And in other cases, food waste just hasn't been a safe point of discussion, right? So LeanPath changes all of that by making food waste, the elephant, visible, right? So that it can be measured, analyzed, and most importantly, prevented going forward. Next slide. I want to emphasize that term prevention, right? Because at LeanPath, we seek to move the conversation and the action up the hierarchy. So we help organizations change to prevent the occurrence of food waste in the first place. And again, prevention maximizes that financial, environmental, and social benefit. And with that upfront prevention focus in place, we can also help enable downstream recovery efforts as well with excess food that is on hand today. Next slide. So it's worth noting that food waste prevention has been challenging for some operations for several reasons, right? For some, food waste has been very difficult to measure, or it's been difficult to obtain and analyze good data, or it's simply been hard to get staff members engaged in the process. Next slide. So LeanPath changes all that. We have a proven process in place to prevent food waste from occurring in food service operations, involving tracking all cases of food waste, measuring against an established baseline, data analytics from the data and the imagery that we provide, and operational and behavioral changes from all of the data and the insights that we provide and capture. So as you can see, we have a suite of products designed and customized to fit the needs of kitchens of all sizes. They range from lightweight scales to benchtop units with digital photography to floor scales as well. Next slide. So LeanPath provides instant impact. With the processing of each of these food waste transactions, staff can immediately see the financial impact of that waste, which we extrapolate over the cost of a year or course of a year, and the environmental impact of that waste as well in terms of emissions and water. And that really resonates with food service workers. It gives the staff perspective on the impact that they can have. Next slide. So we leverage the power of data as well. Data from the site's food waste transactions are automatically analyzed and presented with really vivid graphics and extensive drill down capability. So operators can slice and dice their data in myriad ways to glean actionable insights, such as viewing top wasted food items, top reason codes for their waste, trends in the site's waste, ongoing savings across the organization versus baseline, and roll-ups across sites as well. Next slide. So we amplify that data with the power of pictures because, as we all know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So with certain models, we provide digital images which are stored with the data from each of those transactions. And that really allows deeper insights as to why the food was wasted. And further, it helps us to identify trading opportunities such as knife skills to reduce trim waste or changes in production sizes, for example. Next slide. So the key, our process raises awareness of food waste throughout the operation, making it visible. And we supplement our analytics program with report features that help operators quickly hone in on areas for change, enabling actions to reduce food waste today and prevent it going forward. Next slide. So in terms of action features, we provide instant alerts that allow chefs to receive emails for certain waste scenarios so they can have a conversation and intervene in real time to perhaps repurpose that food or make changes to prevent overproduction in the future. We have daily and weekly reports that allow chefs to keep the team focused on particular food waste items and trends. And our tracker functionality continually reinforces awareness of food waste in the operation. Next slide. So much of our work is obviously focused on pre-consumer waste or kitchen waste, but we also have a post-consumer product called LeanPath Spark that allows clients to engage their patrons in food waste reduction as well. And that provides data on plate waste levels, as well as educational messaging to spur patrons to change their individual behavior and waste less. So it helps with a holistic solution focus. Next slide. So wrapping up here, overall, our process is well proven. It leads to measurable results. We typically cut waste by 50% or more. We allow clients to save 2 to 8% on food purchases. We improve efficiency. We achieve strong ROI, and we cut the organization's carbon footprint, right? So it's a triple bottom line win for the organization. Next slide. So we also have expert coaching programs with culinary expertise, so we can really talk chef to chef, which is really important. And we have award-winning customer success programs from our history of just hard-earned learnings throughout this sector. Next slide. So to sum all this up, we're on a mission at LeanPath. We seek to ensure a sustainable future for all by making food waste prevention everyday practice in the world's kitchens. It's completely in line with our status as a B Corporation. We're operating in over 40 countries around the world. We've prevented over 30 million kilos of food waste from occurring since 2014 alone. And we're cutting waste, inspiring clients, and changing cultures to really make food waste prevention a part of organizational DNA. So please join us in this really important effort to cut food waste around the globe and meet the Target 12.3 goal. And there's no better day to get started on that than September 29th, the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Steve, for this very inspirational presentation, and especially on this day of food loss and waste awareness. Being a communication person myself, it's a great pleasure to open the last session that will highlight the importance of awareness raising to support and change our behavior. Ms. Rukshan Özdemir Çiftçi, Konak District Director at Izmir Province Directorate of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest of Turkey, is going to present the national campaign in Turkey, which is being co-implemented by the ministry together with FAO. Ms. Çiftçi, you have the floor. The presentation will be done in Turkish, so please use the interpretation for those who need it. Thank you. Okay, sorry about this. We were just told that Roshan needed to leave for 5 minutes, but she is going to come back, and we are probably going to skip the Q&A session since we're really over time and go straight to closing remarks, which would be provided by Robert Ottenbeek, Agro-Industry Officer and LTO of the project at FAO. Robert, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. In the meantime, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I wish to thank everybody very much for participating and attending this this conference. As you have seen, it has been a highly technical meeting that we had today. That was intentionally, and the purpose is that through these presentations from different angles addressing the food loss and waste issue, that we would like to inspire other people who are listening to this conference to undertake action and to see which of these solutions for food loss and waste reduction would apply in their case, in their country, and in their subsectors whatsoever. And most of all, that we also inspire people to seek the collaboration with other stakeholders in their country or in their subsector where they are operating in order to tackle the problem collaboratively. And if you can do so together with these stakeholders, that would be great, because we as FAO, as international organization, we cannot directly engage in all activities ourselves, but we definitely would be highly interested to be informed about it and to provide any guidance and support or information as required. For this purpose, we have also established already some time ago a community of practice on food loss and waste reduction, where many of you are already a member of, but that is also a platform where you can find each other in order to roll out ideas and to implement direct action, because that is the strategic approach that we take. Is the private sector in the value chains who can reduce food loss and waste at any significant scale. And finally, I would like to say that we are going to repeat this next year, but then at a bit larger scale geographically, at a regional level, where also Eastern Europe and the European Union will be involved. And then we hopefully will be able again to organize a physical event in a conference hall in Ankara or in Istanbul, where all the speakers come together, like it used to be before the corona pandemic paralyzed the world in that respect to some extent. And then we are going to further expand on the organizational and the managerial and the technical approaches to food loss and waste reduction. So in due time, you will all receive information and invitations for that conference. Then finally, I just would like to thank everybody who has been engaged in the organization of this conference, the speakers, the organizers. It's a long list of names, which I will not mention all of them. With the only exception, I would like to say special thanks to Oksana Sapiga, who has been the designer of the agenda and the contents of the agenda for this conference. But of course, she couldn't do that without the help of all the other team members in the FAO and in the Ministry of Agriculture of Forestry of Turkey. So it has been a long long morning for most of us, and I wish you all a pleasant continuation of the day, and we hope to receive your queries and questions and anything by email or in the chat box, and we will all respond to it, and hopefully we can give a very good follow-up to this conference. Thank you all, and have a nice rest of the day. Bye-bye.